When this war is won, when the darkness is banished from our midst, you will depart from my timeline. I will not suffer the burden of your presence any longer. This world is mine to safeguard, mine to protect, and I will not have it tainted by the shadows of your existence. So heed my words, my fellow Vanjikis, for I speak not out of malice, but out of necessity. Our paths may have crossed in this tumultuous time, but they shall diverge once more, never to intertwine again. End audio log. I know some are upset at the choice of our fellow Vanjik. But he's right, this is his timeline. We are technically invaders, only saved by the fact our invasion was a necessity in this time. But we cannot dwell on yesterday's problem. Today we now have a new focus. The imposter has returned and we don't know what his aim is this time. Or rather, we don't even know if he has an aim. We have not only secured our individual timelines, we have also been engaging in foreign timelines, bringing control back to humanity. No one in any timeline from here or abroad stand a ghost of a chance of raising an army against mankind. No, not ever again. Our history of our individual timelines is ours to protect, and to those who seek to alter history and send time out of sync, we will end you. And the imposter knows this. I see now he was only playing the vampires like a fiddle. He used them to give himself a chance to come back. He manipulated the war between us and the vampires to cause another calamity event. Also, he can come back in this phantom-like state. Or perhaps this entire series of events was always in his control. The vampires throughout the whole war were always disjointed, although we are clearly the superior force. The vampires should have had a massive advantage in several departments. Yet we had them on the back foot the entire time. Ever since we discovered that stolen call sign. Did the imposter orchestrate the call sign into our father's hand, all so he could come back? I feel like I'm going in circles. That whole war in retrospect never made sense in the first place. It's like we were drawn and led there just to fulfill that singular event, the return of the imposter. For now, however, I fear all we can do is sit and wait. There's no bright shining battlefield. No city to play spies in. And there's no enemy on the horizon. But my mind will never stop wondering. What's his end goal this time? But part of me fears the power we have accumulated. By nature and design, the Vanjikis are never supposed to take the lead. We were always meant to deal with conflicts in our individual timelines, then disappear with the rising sun. Although we had to, we were never meant to hold power on this scale. Very few Vanjikis operate by themselves nowadays. I'd argue 90% of the Vanjikis have organized. The rest are rouges who seek harm on others, or lone wolves who don't want any overreach. And I can't deny I'm starting to fear that overreach. I understand the necessity, even I took part in the recent war, but we were never meant to be a government. We are not meant to invade the multiverse at large. Yet we did do just that, didn't we? We freed a nation, but at what cost? The Vanjikis, while thoroughly believing in humanity's natural superiority, have always been harbingers for the natural order of our individual timelines. And yet we invaded, and even I took part in separating that timelines dominate species from their home. We fight for humanity, yet we didn't unite it. We separated it further. Those vampires, although cruel, were still spin-offs of mankind. We figured they would stop like the rest, We come in, preach of humanity's greatest achievements regardless of the good or evil, speak of all the things the Vanjikis will never fear, and give the nightmares a reason to be afraid of the night. But these spin-offs of mankind never once stoked, they never once falter, even after detonating an atom bomb. Humanity's great feat of warfare. They still kept coming. They were still so certain that the world in question was theirs. Cruel by nature, slavers by choice, monsters who craved flesh and blood. Yet they were still mankind. I don't feel sympathy for the monsters we killed. I feel sympathy for a world that doesn't know peace, and we did not introduce it by any means. I think back to the simple times, back when I was just an orphan with a gun. I still think back to that building and its sister location, and all the times I had to stop the man behind the slaughter. All for that world to go to ruin in the war against the imposter. The same imposter I put a bullet in. I couldn't have imagined that 12-year-old doing what I have just done. I imagine he would have called wrong, or maybe he would have just loaded his gun and went in. He'll never know. But I know this much. Trends in history tend to repeat. That goes true for all our timelines. We have witnessed repeating civil wars and countless world wars. All at the behest of a government who wants a leg up. And we can't deny the fact we all clearly want a leg up. And it doesn't matter the mindset, even in the greatest of nations. Things such as manifest destiny will always guarantee someone suffers. And us Vanjikis have very clearly gone down said path. I don't aim to convince anyone to stop caring about the multiverse. I aim to warn you that a day will come when we are no longer the good guys. There are only so many monsters we can slay, only so many worlds we may interfere in, before favor no longer ponders us. How many times do we intervene before we become the very machine that we aim to stop? Now, we wait. No battles to fight, no enemies on the horizon, just an uneasy peace and the gnawing uncertainty of the imposter's next move. And yet somehow I know he has already made his next move. We just haven't seen it yet, and I just know it won't be long till we see its effects. End audio log. Now, we wait. No battles to fight, no enemies on the horizon, just an uneasy peace and the gnawing uncertainty of the imposter's next move. And yet somehow I know he has already made his next move. We just haven't seen it yet, and I just know it won't be long till we see its effects. End audio log. I remember finding this world a while ago on our scanners. I've had it cataloged for when I have spare time. And it looks like today is that day. Jumpstart in 3, 2, 1. That rush as the world vanishes beneath my feet, the sense of adrenaline as you fall through the multiverse. The colors, the bright colors of the timelines glow bright, the brilliant reds and blues, the golds and silver, the deep purples and oppressive orange. It's like falling through chaos. We are supposed to close our eyes when we travel in between. But I never do. What is mad and crazy to others often tends to be my best moments of bliss. These moments, although can be dragged out, in all reality only lasts a few seconds, and watching the very multiverse itself flow around you, as you neither make contact nor slide past it. The multiverse in of itself is a science that we can only hope to one day master. I finally look down past the true colors. I see the version of Earth from this almost false orbit. I see the various land masses and the vast oceans. So many places I could go. But there is no place like home. I fall past the sky at an almost angel-like speed, the air rushing past me, my feet becoming even with the ground below, and finally the feeling of pavement beneath my feet. And yet, this is not home. I know this place, Little Britain. The town of a time almost better left forgotten, its history only carried in its name. And that name to always be a reminder of a time without liberty. And even now, in this timeline, it still has no liberty. Come out, you monsters. My shout echoes through the streets and shops. In the bright daylight, the shadows in the alleys and buildings alike contrast against the light. And in every one I see the eyes. I've only heard about them through old audio logs. Hungry, angry copies. No imposters of mankind. Animals from the same forest that we grew up in. Animals who enjoy in donning the flesh and hide of their victims. I reckon a town of skinwalkers will be a challenge. I can feel the reverberation of the pavement as the first one thinks he is being slick. I don't even grab my gun. I pull on his arm and twist it back, kicking through the elbow of the beast. I hold its arm in my hand as it back away, screaming in pain. I see the black liquid drip from his former elbow as he scoots back like a scared child. Before I know it, the second and third grab my arms. They think they are stronger. I pull one forward and slam him into the other. As they fall on each other, I feel my boot make contact with the first skull, and then the second as I crash through their skeletons. And then without thinking I draw the .44 Magnum out of its holster. One shot, then two. Followed by three, upheld with four. Sent true with 5, sealed on 6. Then reload. I slowly walk through the streets, my motions too fast for even this immense horde. I hear the screaming and see the blood flow. It sticks to my face and clothes. The monsters' faces are a rush in my mind and sight. The bodies they stole. The skin they wear. The ages of their victims. 7, 18, 21, 33, 8, 9, 6, 13, 12, 11. These monsters, they stalk the land as they please. Not when I'm here. And with that thought, I feel the magnum in my hand twist as a bullet collides into its cylinder. The bullets in the gun go off, my hand is left cinched from the heat blast. My weapon lies mangled out ahead of me. Its various parts flying through the air. I look out to where the bullet originated. The adrenaline in my body shoots up. The face of my adversary a blur. I can't see his eyes, I can't see his features. All I can see is the gun in his hands. All I can feel is myself moving at speeds I've never attempted before. I feel the bullets brush past. I feel the air move. I feel the gun in my hands. I feel the energy flow through my body and enter the weapon, its steel charged to the brim with my very DNA. Even with an empty magazine, a Vanjik can fire at will. And I feel the power leave the chamber and exit out the barrel. The nanoseconds tick 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 as I watch the former heart of this beast spill out onto the street. I aim the gun about ready to open fire, until I realize the town's inhabitants lay dead at my feet. These monsters of man. And then all I can do is holster my new gun as I fall to my knees. I look at the cold dead face of my last victim. My face. I can do nothing but stare. The gun, the face, the actions it took. Little Britain, Lancaster County, Pennsylvania. I look down and see the bead necklace on his neck, as I feel the one on mine begin to choke me. Black, white, red, gold. The necklace is a mirror of mine. I look down and see a bulk bead bracelet with a silver compass in the middle. The very same I wear on my wrist. And then I look down and see a single ring on his finger. I choke and force down the urge to vomit as I look into the lifeless eyes of my skinwalker counterpart. I then stand up and scan the bodies, and only stop till I see the body of a girl I recognize all too well. I feel the new gun in my holster. The M1911 45 ACP. Made in the years long since past. I pull out the gun. The weight of its simple mechanism. The weight of the wars it's seen. The weight of the wars it's yet to see. It calls for a better world. Its desire to manifest destiny and freedom. Manifest destiny. It has its unintended victims. Today I was the victim. Tomorrow. Now that is what scares me more. When manifest destiny is no longer yours to control. Who knows who could suffer? End audio log. The apprehension about the immense power we now wield haunts me. By our very nature and original purpose, the Vanjakis were never meant to assume leadership roles. Our duty was to manage conflicts within our individual timelines and then vanish with the dawn. Yet, circumstances forced us to consolidate such power, a scale we were never intended to control. Nowadays, it's rare to find a Vanjak operating solo. I'd estimate that 90% have formed coalitions. The remaining are either rogues intent on causing harm or lone wolves wary of overreach. This overreach is what truly terrifies me. I grasp the necessity of our actions. I even participated in the recent war, but governance was never our intended path. We were not supposed to conquer the multiverse, yet we did just that. We liberated a nation, but the cost weighs heavily on me. Despite our belief in humanity's inherent superiority, the Vanjakis were guardians of the natural order within our respective timelines. However, our actions diverged drastically from this principle. We invaded, and I played a role in displacing the dominant species of that timeline. Although we fight for humanity, our efforts have sown further division instead of unity. Those vampires, despite their cruelty, were still an offshoot of mankind. We assumed they would relent like all others. We arrived, championed humanity's greatest achievements, both noble and nefarious, and instilled fear in the nightmares. But these offshoots of humanity never ceased their resistance. Even after deploying an atomic bomb, a pinnacle of human warfare, they continued their assault, firmly believing the world was theirs. These beings, monstrous and savage, were still a part of humanity. I do not pity the creatures we vanquished, but the world that remains in turmoil. We did not bring the peace we sought. I reflect on simpler times when I was just an armed orphan. I remember the countless attempts to thwart the man behind the carnage, only for the world to crumble in the war against the imposter, the very one I eliminated. I couldn't have envisioned my 12-year-old self doing what I've done now. That boy might have deemed it wrong, or perhaps he would have simply loaded his gun and faced the challenge head-on. I'll never know. History's trends repeat across all our timelines. We've witnessed recurring civil and world wars, driven by governments seeking advantage. We can't ignore our own desire for dominance. Even the greatest nations succumb to the inevitability of manifest destiny, ensuring someone always suffers. The Vanjakis have undeniably tread this path. I'm not here to dissuade anyone from caring about the multiverse. My warning is that a day will come when we are no longer the heroes. There is a finite number of monsters we can defeat and worlds we can alter before we become the very machine we sought to destroy. For now, we wait. No battles on the horizon, just an uneasy peace and the looming threat of the imposter's next move. Somehow, I know his next strike is imminent. We just haven't seen its effects yet. Our current state of uneasy peace leaves us with ample time for reflection and preparation. The battles may have ceased for now, but the underlying tensions remain. The imposter's next move is shrouded in uncertainty, and the quietness of this moment feels more like the calm before a storm. As Vanjakis, our history is one of relentless struggle. We've faced countless adversaries, from rogue entities within our timelines to the monstrous beings that transcend them. Each battle has shaped us, forging a brotherhood bound by blood, duty, and a shared burden of responsibility. However, this constant warfare has taken its toll on us. The psychological impact of our actions weighs heavily. We were designed to be custodians, not conquerors. Our original mission was to correct deviations within our timelines, ensuring the natural order prevailed. But the shift towards multiversal governance has blurred our purpose. The power we wield now is intoxicating but also corrupting. It's a double-edged sword that can protect or destroy with equal ease. The consolidation of Vanjakis into organized factions has its benefits and pitfalls. On one hand, it has made us more efficient and formidable. On the other, it has created a bureaucracy and a power structure that many of us find stifling. The lone wolves and rogues among us serve as a reminder of our true nature, independent agents of balance, not enforcers of a multiversal regime. The ethical implications of our actions are another point of concern. We have interfered in countless worlds, often making decisions that have far-reaching consequences. The liberation of a nation might seem noble, but at what cost? The displacement of native species, the cultural upheaval, and the environmental impact are factors we must consider. Our interventions, while well-intentioned, often create as many problems as they solve. Moreover, the ideological divide within our ranks is growing. Some Vanjakis believe in aggressive expansion and consolidation of power, while others advocate for a return to our roots, discreetly managing our timelines and avoiding interference in others. This schism threatens to fracture our unity, making us vulnerable to external threats like the imposter. The imposter, an ever-present threat, embodies everything we fear becoming. His actions are a distorted reflection of our own, pushing us to question our morality and the righteousness of our cause. He exploits our weaknesses, sowing doubt and discord among us. His existence is a testament to the dangers of unrestrained power and unchecked ambition. As we await his next move, we must also look inward. The future of the Vanjakis hinges not just on defeating external enemies but on addressing the internal conflicts that threaten to tear us apart. We need to redefine our purpose, balance our power with responsibility, and ensure that we do not lose sight of our original mission. In this period of respite, we have the opportunity to rebuild and reinforce our principles. Training and preparation for the battles to come are essential, but so is introspection and ideological clarity. We must decide what kind of Vanjakis we want to be, guardians of the natural order or rulers of a fractured multiverse. The younger generation of Vanjakis, those who have not yet been tainted by the corrupting influence of power, offer a glimmer of hope. Their idealism and untainted perspectives are vital. They remind us of our original mission and the values we were meant to uphold. We must mentor them, ensuring they do not repeat our mistakes. As I stand at this crossroads, I cannot help but reminisce about the simpler times. The days when my only concern was survival, when the weight of the multiverse did not rest on my shoulders. I think of the allies I have lost and the battles we have fought. Each scar tells a story, a reminder of the price we have paid. Yet, despite the burdens and the darkness that surrounds us, I remain hopeful. The Vanjakis have always risen to the occasion, adapting and overcoming. We have faced annihilation before and emerged stronger. This time will be no different, but we must be wiser. The imposter may have made his next move, and when it reveals itself, we will be ready. For now, I will continue to prepare, to train, and to reflect. The path ahead is uncertain, but I am confident that together, we can navigate it. The Vanjakis were never meant to lead, but perhaps it is our destiny to guide. Not as rulers, but as guardians, protectors of the multiverse and the natural order within it. The complexities we face go beyond mere battles and ideological conflicts. The very fabric of the multiverse is intricate, with countless timelines intersecting and diverging in ways we are only beginning to understand. The multiverse is a vast and bewildering place, filled with wonders and horrors beyond comprehension. Each timeline is a tapestry woven with threads of destiny, choice, and chance. As Vanjakis, we stand as both weavers and guardians of these tapestries, ensuring that the patterns they form remain coherent and balanced. Our exploration of the multiverse has revealed not only the diversity of existence but also the commonalities that bind all sentient beings. Despite the myriad differences in cultures, technologies, and biological forms, certain themes recur: the pursuit of knowledge, the struggle for survival, the quest for meaning, and the desire for connection. These universal drives shape the multiverse and provide us with a framework to understand and navigate its complexities. One of the most profound realizations we have come to is the interconnectedness of all things. Actions taken in one timeline can ripple across others, creating unforeseen consequences. This butterfly effect requires us to be meticulous and considerate in our interventions. We cannot afford to be reckless, as the stakes are too high. In our travels, we have encountered civilizations that have reached astonishing heights of progress and others that have succumbed to their basest instincts. Some timelines are utopias, where peace and prosperity prevail, while others are dystopian nightmares, plagued by war and suffering. Each provides valuable lessons and stark reminders of what we strive to achieve and what we must avoid. Technology plays a crucial role in our operations. Our advanced systems allow us to monitor and navigate the multiverse, predict potential threats, and devise strategies to maintain balance. However, technology is a double-edged sword. It can be a force for good or a harbinger of destruction, depending on how it is wielded. We must remain vigilant, ensuring that our tools serve our mission and do not become instruments of oppression. Another vital aspect of our existence is the diverse array of beings we encounter. Allies and adversaries come in many forms, some familiar, others alien. We have forged alliances with entities whose goals align with ours, learning from their unique perspectives and abilities. Conversely, we have also faced foes who challenge our principles and test our resolve. Magic and mysticism are other elements that add layers of complexity to the multiverse. In some timelines, arcane forces are as real and tangible as the laws of physics. Understanding and harnessing these forces require us to blend science and sorcery, logic and intuition. This fusion is not without its challenges, but it opens up new avenues for problem solving and innovation. Our journey through the multiverse is also a journey of self-discovery. Each timeline we visit, each challenge we face, reveals more about who we are and what we are capable of. The experiences we accumulate shape our identities and our understanding of our place in the grand scheme of things. We are not just passive observers or enforcers, we are active participants in the ongoing creation and maintenance of reality. The ethics of our interventions are a constant source of debate among us. Some argue that we should adopt a hands-off approach, allowing timelines to evolve naturally without our interference. Others believe that our power obligates us to step in and correct injustices, prevent catastrophes, and guide civilizations towards better futures. This philosophical divide is one of our greatest internal challenges, and finding a balance is crucial. In the midst of these grand considerations, we must not forget the personal aspect of our journey. Each Vanjik has their own story, their own struggles and triumphs. Our individual experiences, memories, and relationships are what ground us and give meaning to our mission. We are not just faceless agents of the multiverse, we are individuals with hopes, fears, and dreams. The bonds we form with one another are our greatest strength. The camaraderie and trust that develop through shared hardships and victories create a support network that sustains us. We are a family, not by blood, but by choice and by the trials we have endured together. This solidarity is what will see us through the darkest times. Manifest destiny. It has its unintended victims. Today I was the victim. Tomorrow. Now that is what scares me more. When manifest destiny is no longer yours to control. Who knows who could suffer? End audio log. I stood there, the echoes of my heartbeat pounding in my ears, drowning out the silence of the desolate street. The weight of the M1911 in my hand felt heavier now, burdened by the realization of my own actions, my own face staring lifelessly up at me from the pavement. This world, this Little Britain, was supposed to be just another stop, just another mission. But now, it had become something far more personal, far more twisted. I holstered the gun, its cold metal pressing against my side, a constant reminder of the power I wielded and the responsibility it carried. The bodies of the skinwalkers, those twisted reflections of humanity, littered the ground, their stolen skins hanging loosely from their frames. Each face, each body, a grotesque reminder of the lives they had stolen, the innocence they had devoured. I forced myself to move, my legs heavy with the weight of what I had done. I needed to understand why my doppelganger had been here, why he had worn my face, my life. The girl's body, the one I recognized, lay crumpled nearby. Her lifeless eyes stared up at the sky, a silent accusation. She had been someone important to me in another timeline, another life. A low growl rumbled from the shadows, pulling me from my thoughts. I stood, my senses on high alert, scanning the dark alleys and abandoned buildings. The air was thick with tension, the kind that made the hairs on the back of your neck stand on end. I drew the M1911, its familiar weight grounding me as I moved cautiously through the town. The growl came again, closer this time. I followed the sound, my steps silent on the cracked pavement. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows that danced and flickered with the fading light. Every corner, every doorway, was a potential threat, a hiding place for another skinwalker. I rounded a corner and froze. In the dim light, I saw it, a hulking figure, its form twisted and deformed, crouched over the body of another victim. The creature's eyes glowed with a malevolent hunger as it tore into the flesh, black ichor dripping from its maw. Slowly, I raised the gun, aiming for the creature's head. But before I could squeeze the trigger, it looked up, meeting my gaze with a chilling intelligence. It snarled, baring rows of sharp, blood-stained teeth, and then it spoke. Vanjik, it hissed, the voice a guttural rasp. You cannot escape us. We are many. We are legion. The words sent a shiver down my spine, but I steeled myself, my grip on the gun tightening. Legion or not, I replied, my voice steady despite the fear clawing at my insides, I'll put every last one of you down. The creature lunged at me with a speed that defied its size. I fired, the shot echoing through the empty streets. The bullet struck true, but the beast barely flinched. It swatted the gun from my hand, sending it skittering across the pavement, and then it was upon me. We grappled, the beast's strength immense. Its claws raked across my chest, tearing through my shirt and drawing blood. I fought back with everything I had, using my agility to dodge and weave, landing punches and kicks where I could. But it was like fighting a force of nature, relentless and unstoppable. Just when I thought I couldn't hold on any longer, a flash of silver caught my eye. My hand darted to my belt, fingers closing around the hilt of a knife. With a swift motion, I plunged the blade into the beast's side, twisting it deep. The creature howled in pain, black ichor gushing from the wound, but it didn't let go. Desperation fueled my strength. I wrenched the knife free and struck again, aiming for the heart. The beast convulsed, its grip loosening. With one final, powerful thrust, I drove the blade home, and the creature collapsed, its body twitching before it finally lay still. I staggered back, chest heaving, blood dripping from my wounds. The knife slipped from my fingers, clattering to the ground. I retrieved my gun and scanned the surroundings, but no other threats emerged. The town was eerily silent once more. I dropped to one knee, taking a moment to catch my breath and assess the damage. My chest burned where the creature's claws had raked across my flesh, and I could feel the warm, sticky blood seeping through my torn shirt. The pain was intense, but I had faced worse. I had to stay focused, had to figure out what was happening in this forsaken place. I forced myself to stand, wincing as I straightened up. My eyes scanned the street, taking in the carnage. The bodies of the skinwalkers lay scattered, their twisted forms lifeless and still. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood and the acrid tang of gunpowder. Every building, every shadow seemed to hold its breath, waiting. But there is no waiting left to be done. New audio log detected. The frost-bitten air stung my cheeks as I walked down the dimly lit streets of Lancaster City. It was New Year's Eve, and the city seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. The old brick buildings loomed over the narrow sidewalks, their windows darkened, save for the occasional flicker of light from a party or gathering within. The cobblestone roads were slick with a thin layer of ice, reflecting the muted glow of the street lamps like a shattered mirror. I pulled my coat tighter around me, feeling the chill seep through the fabric. The city was quieter than usual, an eerie calm settling over the streets. The usual bustle of cars and people was replaced by the distant murmur of celebration, punctuated by the occasional burst of laughter or a shout. It felt as if the city itself was pausing, waiting for something to happen. As I made my way through the city, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. It was a familiar sensation, one that I had grown accustomed to over the years. I knew every corner of Lancaster, every shadow and alleyway, and yet tonight, the shadows seemed deeper, more impenetrable. I glanced over my shoulder, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Just the silent, empty streets stretching out behind me. The clock on the old courthouse tower struck 11, the deep, resonant chimes echoing through the night. 1 hour to go until midnight. 1 hour until the new year. I turned onto a side street, the sound of my footsteps echoing off the brick walls. The buildings here were older, more decrepit. Some of them had been abandoned for years, their windows boarded up, doors hanging off their hinges. I stopped in front of an old warehouse, its faded sign barely legible in the dim light. This place had once been a bustling hub of activity, but now it was just another relic of the past, forgotten and left to decay. I pushed open the rusted door, the creak of the hinges loud in the silence. Inside, the air was cold and damp, the smell of mold and rot mingling with the faint scent of something else, something metallic. I stepped inside, my breath visible in the cold air. The warehouse was vast, rows of empty shelves stretching out into the darkness. I could barely make out the far wall, shrouded in shadows. I walked further in, my footsteps echoing in the empty space. As I moved deeper into the warehouse, the feeling of being watched intensified. I could almost hear the faint whisper of breath, the the rustle of movement just out of sight. I stopped in the center of the room, straining to listen. The silence was oppressive, pressing down on me like a weight. I felt a chill run down my spine, the hair on the back of my neck standing on end. I turned slowly, scanning the darkness for any sign of movement. But there was nothing. Just the empty warehouse, silent and still. Then, I heard it. A faint, almost imperceptible sound. A whisper, so soft I could barely make it out. It was coming from the far corner of the room, where the shadows were deepest. I took a step towards the sound, my heart pounding in my chest. The whisper grew louder, more distinct. It was a voice, low and urgent, speaking in a language I didn't understand. I hesitated, every instinct telling me to turn and run. But something compelled me to move forward, to uncover the source of the whisper. As I approached the corner, the shadows seemed to shift and move, as if alive. I reached out a hand, the whisper now almost deafening in my ears. Suddenly, the shadows parted, revealing a figure standing in the darkness. It was a man, his face obscured by the hood of his coat. He stood perfectly still, his eyes fixed on me. I froze, my hands still outstretched. The whispering stopped, replaced by a heavy, suffocating silence. The man took a step forward, and I could see his face more clearly. His eyes were dark, almost black, and his skin was pale, almost translucent in the dim light. He smiled, a slow, predatory grin that sent a shiver down my spine. "Johnny Vanjik," he said, his voice low and menacing. "I've been waiting for you." I tried to speak, but no words came out. My mouth was dry, my heart racing. The man took another step forward, his smile widening. "You have no idea what's coming," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "But you will. Soon." Before I could react, the man turned and disappeared into the shadows. I stood there, frozen, the echoes of his words ringing in my ears. I didn't know who he was or what he wanted, but I knew one thing for certain: this New Year's Eve was just the beginning. The beginning of something dark, something terrifying. And I was at the center of it. The clock struck midnight, the chimes echoing through the warehouse. Outside, the city erupted in cheers and fireworks, celebrating the start of a new year. But inside, in the cold, empty warehouse, I felt only dread. The man's words replayed in my mind, a haunting refrain that I couldn't escape. I turned and left the warehouse, stepping back out into the cold night. The city felt different now, the shadows deeper, the air heavier. I knew I couldn't ignore what had happened, couldn't pretend that everything was normal. Something was coming, something dark and dangerous. And it was coming for me. As I walked back through the streets of Lancaster, I felt a sense of unease settle over me. The city was alive with celebration, but I couldn't shake the feeling of impending doom. The man's words echoed in my mind, a constant reminder of the darkness that lay ahead. I didn't know what the new year would bring, but I knew one thing for certain: it wouldn't be anything good. The fireworks burst overhead, painting the sky in brilliant colors. But their beauty was lost on me. I walked through the streets of Lancaster, my thoughts a whirlwind of confusion and fear. The man's words echoed in my mind, a chilling reminder that something terrible was on the horizon. The celebrations around me felt like a cruel joke, a false sense of security in a world about to unravel. I found myself drawn towards the heart of the city, where the old church stood. Its spire reached towards the sky, a silent sentinel watching over the festivities. The church had always been a place of solace for me, a refuge from the chaos of life. But tonight, it felt different. The heavy wooden doors creaked as I pushed them open, the sound reverberating through the empty sanctuary. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of incense and old wood. The flickering candles cast long shadows on the stone walls, their flames dancing in the drafty air. I walked down the center aisle, the silence almost deafening in its intensity. The pews were empty, the usual congregation replaced by an eerie stillness. I reached the front of the church and sank to my knees, the cold stone floor pressing against my skin. I closed my eyes, trying to steady my racing heart. The man's words still haunted me, his face a ghostly presence in my mind. I whispered a prayer, hoping for some kind of guidance, some sign that everything would be okay. But the only response was silence. The sound of the door opening behind me made me jump. I turned to see a figure standing in the doorway, their face obscured by the shadows. For a moment, I thought it was the man from the warehouse, come to finish whatever he had started. But as the figure stepped into the light, I recognized them. It was Father O'Connor, the old priest who had served this church for as long as I could remember. His face was lined with age, his eyes kind but weary. He walked towards me, his footsteps echoing in the empty church. "Johnny," he said, his voice soft. "What brings you here on a night like this?" I struggled to find the words. I needed to clear my head, I said finally. "Something happened tonight. Something strange." Father O'Connor nodded, his expression thoughtful. "This city holds many secrets," he said. "And not all of them are kind. Tell me what happened." I recounted my encounter with the man in the warehouse, the strange whispers, the feeling of being watched. Father O'Connor listened in silence, his face growing more serious with each word. When I finished, he was quiet for a long moment. "This is not the first time I've heard of such things," he said finally. "There are old stories, passed down through generations. Stories of a darkness that lurks in the shadows of the city, waiting for the right moment to strike." I shivered, the cold of the church seeping into my bones. "What do I do?" I asked. "How do I stop it?" Father O'Connor sighed. "I'm afraid I don't have all the answers," he said. "But I do know that you cannot face this alone. There are others who have encountered this darkness, who have survived its horrors. Seek them out. Find the answers you need." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, worn notebook. "This might help," he said, handing it to me. "It's a journal, kept by one of my predecessors. He faced the darkness and lived to tell the tale. Perhaps his words can guide you." I took the notebook, the leather cover smooth and cool under my fingers. "Thank you," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. Father O'Connor placed a hand on my shoulder. "Be careful, Johnny," he said. The path ahead is dangerous, and the darkness is cunning. But remember, you are not alone. I nodded, clutching the notebook to my chest. The weight of his words settled over me, a heavy burden that I knew I had to carry. I left the church, stepping back into the cold night. The fireworks had ended, the streets now filled with the sounds of celebration and laughter. I walked through the city, the notebook a constant presence in my hand. I knew I had to find a place to read it, to uncover the secrets it held. The old library on Chestnut Street came to mind, a quiet place where I could think. I made my way there, the streets growing quieter as the hour grew later. The library was dark, the old building looming over the street like a silent guardian. I found a side door, long forgotten and rarely used, and slipped inside. The air was thick with the scent of old books and dust. I found a small reading nook in the back, a secluded corner where I could read undisturbed. I opened the notebook, the pages yellowed with age. The handwriting was neat but hurried, the words flowing in a stream of consciousness. As I read, a story unfolded, a tale of fear and survival, of encounters with the darkness that haunted Lancaster. The author, Father O'Malley's predecessor, had faced the same shadows that now threatened me. The journal spoke of rituals and symbols, of ancient protections and hidden dangers. It was a map, a guide to navigating the treacherous path ahead. I read late into the night, the words blurring together as exhaustion set in. But I couldn't stop. The more I read, the more I understood the gravity of the situation. Nightmares that live in plain sight, monsters that haunt the daylight beyond our sight, storytellers of immense power that dictate time and history. This book. I have no clue how such a thing exists. If not for the fact I saw this shadow person face to face, I would not believe it. The old loom mill in the south end of the city. That was the place the book referenced, a relic of Lancaster's industrial past. What was so important about that place? I had to find out. The answers lay there, hidden among the rusted machinery and decaying walls. I moved through the empty streets, the city now a silent landscape of darkened buildings and deserted sidewalks. The air was colder, the chill biting deeper as I approached the south end. The old mill loomed ahead, its silhouette a jagged outline against the night sky. The gates, once imposing, now hung open, their rusted hinges creaking in the wind. I hesitated for a moment, the sense of foreboding almost overwhelming. But I couldn't turn back now. I pushed the gates open wider and stepped inside, the gravel crunching under my feet. The mill stood silent, its windows dark and broken, the remnants of a forgotten era. As I made my way closer to the main building, I felt the shadows shift around me, moving with an almost sentient intent. The feeling of being watched intensified, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. I reached the entrance and pushed open the heavy door, the sound echoing through the empty space. The interior was a labyrinth of rusted machines and decaying wood, the air thick with dust and the scent of old oil. I moved carefully, my footsteps echoing off the walls. The book had mentioned a hidden chamber beneath the mill, a place where the survivors had found refuge. I had to find it. As I ventured deeper into the mill, the shadows grew darker, more oppressive. I could almost feel them pressing in on me, whispering in a language I couldn't understand. I reached the center of the building, where a large loom stood, its metal frame twisted and broken. The floor beneath it was cracked, revealing a staircase leading down into the darkness. I took a deep breath and descended the stairs, each step echoing in the confined space. The darkness seemed to close in around me, the air growing colder with each step. At the bottom of the stairs, I found a heavy wooden door, its surface scarred and weathered. I pushed it open and stepped inside. The room beyond was vast, the walls lined with old books and strange symbols. The air was thick with the scent of incense, and the flickering light of candles cast eerie shadows on the walls. But before I could take in my surroundings, the shadows themselves seemed to come alive, swirling around me with a malevolent intent. I tried to move, but the shadows were faster. They reached out, dark tendrils wrapping around my arms and legs, pulling me towards the center of the room. Panic surged through me, and I struggled against their grip. But as the shadows touched my skin, something unexpected happened. They burned. The shadows recoiled, hissing and writhing in pain. I could feel the heat where they had touched me, a strange warmth spreading through my body. The shadows tried again, but each time they touched me, they burned, retreating in agony. I stumbled back, my heart racing. The shadows circled me, wary now, their movements more cautious. I didn't understand what was happening, but I knew I had to take advantage of it. I pushed forward, through the swirling mass of darkness, towards the far end of the room. The shadows parted reluctantly, hissing and burning as they tried to stop me. I reached a small alcove, where an old book lay open on a pedestal. The pages were filled with strange symbols and ancient texts, but the words seemed to resonate with a power I could almost feel. I reached out and touched the book, the warmth in my body intensifying. The shadows screamed in pain, retreating to the edges of the room. I could feel their hatred, their fear, but they couldn't come closer. The book seemed to shield me, its power a barrier against the darkness. I took a deep breath and opened the book, the pages glowing with a faint, otherworldly light. The symbols and texts began to make sense, the words forming in my mind. This was a guide, a weapon against the darkness. The survivors had left it here, hidden and protected, for someone like me to find. I knew now what I had to do. The shadows were still there, lurking at the edges of the room, waiting for their chance. But with this book, I had a chance to fight back, to uncover the secrets that could save us all. I turned and faced the shadows, the book clutched in my hands. The darkness writhed and hissed, but I felt no fear. I took a step forward, the warmth of the book's power spreading through me. The shadows retreated further, their whispers growing fainter. I stepped back into the main room of the mill, the shadows keeping their distance. I had a purpose now, a mission. The book had shown me the way, and I would follow it. The darkness was still out there, still dangerous, but I wasn't alone. I had the knowledge, the power, and the determination to face it. As I left the mill, the first light of dawn was breaking over the city. The shadows fled before the light, disappearing into the cracks and crevices of the old buildings. But I knew they would return. The battle was just beginning, and I had to be ready. I walked through the awakening city, the book a constant presence in my hands. The streets were coming to life, the sounds of morning replacing the silence of the night. I knew I had a long journey ahead, but I was prepared. The darkness would not win. Not while I still had the strength to fight. Living shadows, that hunt humanity, yet they can't hunt me. I walked through the desolate streets, the first light of dawn creeping over the horizon. The city was waking, but the weight of the night's events pressed heavily on my mind. The journal, clutched tightly in my hands, seemed to pulse with an energy I didn't understand. It was as if it had a life of its own, a silent witness to the dark secrets it contained. As I reached a quiet park, the hum of the journal grew louder. I stopped and looked around, ensuring I was alone. The park was empty, the early morning light casting long shadows across the ground. I sat on a bench, the cold wood seeping through my coat, and carefully opened the journal. The pages glowed with an ethereal light, the symbols and text shifting and rearranging themselves. My breath caught in my throat as the light intensified, enveloping me in a warm, otherworldly glow. The journal seemed to hum with a frequency that resonated deep within me, a harmonious vibration that I could feel in my bones. Suddenly, the world around me dissolved. The park, the city, everything faded into a brilliant cascade of colors and lights. I felt weightless, suspended in a vast expanse of shimmering energy. The journal floated before me, its pages turning rapidly, each one revealing a new vista, a new reality. I saw the multiverse. It was an infinite tapestry of worlds, each one a thread in the grand design of existence. Some worlds were bright and vibrant, teeming with life and wonder. Others were dark and foreboding, realms of shadow and despair. The multiverse flowed like a river, its currents carrying the essence of countless realities, each one distinct yet interconnected. My heart raced as I saw Lancaster in every possible variation. There were Lancasters where the skyline was dominated by towering spires of glass and steel, and others where nature had reclaimed the city, vines and trees intertwining with ancient ruins. I saw a Lancaster where the Industrial Revolution never ended, steam-powered machines chugging along cobblestone streets, and another where technology had advanced beyond recognition, sleek vehicles gliding silently through the air. In each of these worlds, I saw versions of myself. Some were almost identical to me, their lives mirroring my own in uncanny ways. Others were vastly different, shaped by the unique circumstances of their realities. In one world, I was a scholar, poring over ancient tomes in a grand library. In another, I was a detective, solving mysteries in a city of perpetual twilight. I even saw a version of myself leading a rebellion, rallying the people of Lancaster against a tyrannical regime. The sight was overwhelming, a dizzying array of possibilities that stretched beyond my comprehension. Yet, amidst the chaos, I felt a sense of clarity. The multiverse wasn't just a collection of disparate worlds, it was a living, breathing entity, with Lancaster as a central nexus. The city was a focal point, a place where the boundaries between realities were thin, where the flow of the multiverse was most potent. The shadows, the living darkness that hunted humanity, were not confined to my world alone. They were a multiversal thread, seeping through the cracks between realities, preying on the vulnerable. Yet, despite their power, they recoiled from me. The journal had shown me why. I was different, an anomaly in the grand tapestry of the multiverse. The glow of the journal grew brighter, and I saw something incredible. The flow of the multiverse converged on Lancaster, the city acting as a bridge between worlds. It was as if the very essence of the multiverse flowed through the city, its energy permeating every street, every building. Lancaster was a nexus, a place of immense power and significance. As I gazed into the heart of the multiverse, I saw a council of beings, their forms shifting and indistinct. They were the storytellers, entities of immense power who dictated the flow of time and history. They watched over the multiverse, guiding its currents and ensuring the balance between light and shadow. They were the keepers of the grand narrative, the architects of reality. And then, I saw myself among them. Not just one version of me, but many. Each version of Johnny Vanjik was connected to the storytellers, each one playing a role in the grand design. It was as if my very existence was intertwined with the fate of the multiverse, my actions rippling across realities, shaping the course of history. The realization hit me like a tidal wave. I was a guardian, a protector of the multiverse, tasked with maintaining the balance between light and darkness. The journal was my guide, a repository of ancient knowledge that held the key to understanding my role. The shadows feared me because I was a beacon of light, a force that could disrupt their insidious plans. The vision began to fade, the brilliant cascade of colors and lights dissolving into the familiar surroundings of the park. I was back in Lancaster, the journal still glowing softly in my hands. The hum had subsided, but the energy lingered, a constant reminder of the power I now wielded. I stood up, my mind racing with newfound purpose. The shadows were still out there, lurking in the corners of the city, waiting for their chance to strike. But I was ready. I had seen the multiverse, understood its flow, and recognized my place within it. The journey ahead would be perilous, filled with dangers and uncertainties, but I would not face it alone. I walked through the awakening city, each step resonating with the newfound purpose that now defined me. The journal's hum was a constant companion, a reminder of the multiverse's vastness and the responsibilities that lay ahead. As Lancaster stirred from its slumber, the mundane routines of its inhabitants seemed inconsequential compared to the cosmic struggle I now found myself a part of. The shadows were out there, lurking in the corners of the city, waiting for their moment to strike. But I knew their fear they couldn't touch me without burning. That knowledge emboldened me as I made my way through the city streets, the journal tucked safely under my arm. I needed to find others like me, those who had faced the darkness and survived. My steps led me to the outskirts of the city, to the industrial district where the old loom mill still stood. Its crumbling facade seemed a relic of a bygone era, but now I understood its significance. This place was a focal point, a gateway through which the multiverse's energies flowed. I approached the mill with caution, the memory of the shadow's attack still fresh in my mind. The air around the mill felt different, charged with an unseen energy that made the hair on my arms stand on end. I pushed open the heavy door and stepped inside, the familiar scent of rust and decay mingling with something else, something ancient and powerful. The shadows were still here, watching from the corners, but they kept their distance. I made my way to the center of the building, where the large loom still stood, its metal frame twisted and broken. The staircase leading down into the darkness was still there, a passage to the hidden sanctuary below. I descended carefully, each step echoing in the confined space. At the bottom, the heavy wooden door waited, its surface scarred and weathered. Pushing it open, I entered the room where the journal had first shown its true power. The walls were still lined with old books and strange symbols, the flickering candles casting long shadows. The energy here was palpable, a throbbing presence that seemed to pulse in time with the beating of my heart. The journal began to hum louder, its glow intensifying. I placed it on the pedestal where I had found the other book and opened it once more. The pages turned of their own accord, revealing new symbols, new texts that seemed to speak directly to me. The words resonated with a power that I could feel deep within my soul. As I read, the vision of the multiverse returned, clearer and more detailed than before. I saw the threads of reality intertwining, each one a separate world yet connected to the others through Lancaster. The city was a nexus, a point where the boundaries between realities were thin, allowing the flow of multiversal energies to seep through. I saw other versions of myself again, each one a guardian of their respective reality. We were all connected, our actions rippling across the multiverse, shaping the course of history. The journal showed me glimpses of their lives, their struggles against the darkness that sought to consume their worlds. In each reality, the shadows were a constant threat, lurking in the corners, waiting for their chance to strike. In one world, I saw myself as a scholar, poring over ancient tomes in a grand library, uncovering the secrets of the past to protect the future. In another, I was a detective, navigating the murky underbelly of a city shrouded in perpetual twilight, solving mysteries that defied explanation. Each version of me faced the darkness in their own way, using the knowledge and skills they had acquired to hold the shadows at bay. The journal's glow intensified, and I saw the storytellers again, the beings of immense power who dictated the flow of time and history. They were watching, their forms shifting and indistinct, their eyes filled with a wisdom that spanned eons. They were the architects of reality, the keepers of the grand narrative that shaped the multiverse. And then I saw myself among them, not just one version, but many. Each version of Johnny Vanjik was a part of this grand design, each one playing a crucial role in maintaining the balance between light and darkness. The storytellers had chosen us, entrusted us with the knowledge and power to protect the multiverse from the encroaching shadows. The vision shifted, showing me Lancaster as it was now, but with a deeper understanding. The city was a living entity, its streets and buildings infused with the energy of the multiverse. The shadows were a constant presence, but so were the guardians, those who had faced the darkness and survived. I saw familiar faces, people I had known all my life, but now I saw them in a new light. They were part of the struggle too, their actions rippling across realities, influencing the course of history. The journal's glow began to fade, and the vision slowly dissolved, leaving me standing in the dimly lit room once more. The weight of what I had seen settled over me, a heavy burden that I knew I had to carry. The multiverse was vast and complex, but Lancaster was at its heart, a nexus of immense power and significance. The shadows were a threat, but I was not alone. There were others like me, scattered across realities, each one a guardian of their world. I closed the journal, its hum now a soft, reassuring presence. The The path ahead was clear, the journey long and fraught with danger, but I was ready. I would seek out the other guardians, gather the knowledge and power we needed to stand against the darkness. The shadows would not prevail, not while we still had the strength to fight. Walking through the quiet morning streets, I observed the city with a newfound awareness. The shadows were everywhere, lurking in the corners and hidden recesses, but they kept their distance. People began to emerge from their homes, starting their daily routines, oblivious to the darkness that surrounded them. I knew I had to protect them, to find a way to keep the shadows at bay. My first stop was a local cafe, a small, unassuming place that had been a staple in the community for as long as I could remember. The familiar aroma of freshly brewed coffee greeted me as I stepped inside. The barista, an older man named Dave, nodded in recognition as I approached the counter. "Morning, Johnny. You're up early," he said, his voice gruff but friendly. "Morning, Dave. Just needed some coffee." "Been a long night," I replied, offering a tired smile. Dave nodded knowingly and handed me a steaming cup of coffee. "Anything else you need?" I hesitated for a moment, considering how much I should share. "Actually, yeah. Have you noticed anything strange around here lately? Anything out of the ordinary?" Dave raised an eyebrow, his expression curious. "Strange how? Lancaster's always got its quirks, but what are you talking about?" I took a sip of my coffee, the warmth spreading through me. "I don't know, just shadows. Weird occurrences. People acting different." Dave leaned on the counter, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. "You know, now that you mention it, there's been some talk. Folks saying they've seen things, shadows moving on their own, that sort of thing. Didn't pay it much mind, but maybe there's something to it." I nodded, feeling a sense of validation. "Thanks, Dave. I think there might be more going on than we realize. I'm going to look into it." "Be careful, Johnny. Lancaster's got its secrets, and not all of them are friendly," Dave warned, his tone serious. "I will," I assured him, taking another sip of my coffee before heading out. The morning light had grown stronger, the city bustling with activity. I decided to visit the local library, a place that had always been a sanctuary of knowledge. If there were any records or clues about the shadows, the library was the place to find them. The Lancaster Public Library was an old building, its architecture a blend of classic and modern styles. I pushed open the heavy wooden doors and stepped inside, the quiet atmosphere a stark contrast to the bustling streets outside. The librarian, Mrs. Harris, greeted me with a warm smile. "Good morning, Johnny. How can I help you today?" she asked, her voice soft and welcoming. "Morning, Mrs. Harris. I'm looking for any records or books on local legends, strange occurrences, that sort of thing. Something that might explain what's been happening around the city," I explained. Mrs. Harris's expression turned thoughtful as she led me to a section of the library dedicated to local history and folklore. "We've got a few old volumes that might be of interest. Lancaster's got a rich history, and some of it is quite mysterious." I spent hours poring over ancient tomes and dusty records, piecing together a narrative that spans centuries. Lancaster had always been a place of convergence, a city where the boundaries between realities were thin. Legends spoke of shadowy figures and unexplained phenomena, of guardians who stood against the darkness. The more I read, the more I understood my role and the significance of the city. One story stood out, a tale of an ancient battle between light and shadow, fought in the heart of Lancaster. The guardians of old had wielded powerful artifacts, tools imbued with the energy of the multiverse, to repel the darkness. These artifacts had been hidden throughout the city, their locations lost to time. Finding them could be the key to strengthening our defense against the shadows. As I closed the last book, a sense of determination settled over me. The journal had given me a glimpse into the multiverse, but now I had a clearer understanding of my own world and its secrets. The shadows were a formidable enemy, but they were not invincible. With the knowledge I had gained, I could begin to unravel the mysteries of Lancaster and prepare for the battles ahead. Leaving the library, I felt a renewed sense of purpose. The shadows might have been lurking in the corners, but I was no longer just a passive observer. I was a guardian, a protector of the city, and I would do whatever it took to keep Lancaster safe. The sun was higher in the sky now, casting a warm glow over the city. I made my way to the town square, a bustling hub of activity where people gathered to shop, socialize, and go about their daily lives. It was here, among the everyday scenes of normalcy, that I would find the clues I needed. I began to speak with the locals, asking subtle questions and listening carefully to their stories. Some spoke of strange dreams, of waking up in the middle of the night feeling watched. Others mentioned fleeting glimpses of shadows moving against the light. Each story was a piece of the puzzle, adding to the picture of a city under siege by an unseen enemy. My next stop was St. Mary's Church, a historic building that had stood in Lancaster for centuries. The church had always been a place of refuge and sanctuary, and its ancient walls held many secrets. Father O'Connor, the church's priest, was an old friend, and I knew he would have insights into the city's deeper mysteries. "Johnny, it's good to see you," Father O'Connor greeted me warmly as I entered the church. "Good to see you too, Father. I need your help. There's something strange happening in Lancaster, and I think it's connected to the city's history," I said, explaining what I had learned so far. Father O'Connor listened intently, his expression grave. "The shadows, yes, I've heard whispers. There are old records here, journals and documents from past priests who faced similar darkness. Perhaps they can provide some answers." He led me to the church's archives, a dimly lit room filled with ancient texts and relics. Together, we sifted through the old documents, searching for any mention of the shadows or the guardians. We found references to rituals and wards, protective measures that had been used to keep the darkness at bay. One journal, written by a priest from the 18th century, detailed an encounter with the shadows and the use of a sacred artifact to repel them. The artifact, Father O'Connor mused, it was said to be hidden in the catacombs beneath the church. If it still exists, it could be a powerful tool against the shadows. With Father O'Connor's guidance, we descended into the catacombs, the air growing colder and more oppressive as we went deeper. The flickering light of our torches cast eerie shadows on the walls, but I felt a sense of anticipation, knowing we were on the right path. At the heart of the catacombs, we found a small chamber, its walls covered in ancient symbols and runes. In the center of the chamber was a pedestal, and on it lay a small, intricately carved box. I opened it carefully, revealing a pendant, its surface glowing with a faint, otherworldly light. "This must be it," I whispered, feeling the power emanating from the pendant. Father O'Connor nodded. "The artifact of the Guardians. It has the power to repel the shadows, to protect those who wield it." I took the pendant, its warmth spreading through me, a reassuring presence. This was the first of many steps, but it was a significant one. With the artifact, I could begin to push back against the darkness, to protect Lancaster and its people. We returned to the surface, the sun now high in the sky. The city looked different to me now, every shadow a potential threat, but also a challenge to be overcome. I felt a sense of resolve, knowing that I was not alone in this fight. The people of Lancaster, the Guardians of old, and the multiverse itself were all part of this grand struggle. Lancaster was my home, my nexus, and I would protect it with everything I had. The journey ahead was long and fraught with danger, but I was prepared. The shadows had met their match, and I would not rest until they were vanquished. The fight for the light had only just begun, and I was at the heart of it all, ready to face whatever came next. The pendant's warmth was familiar, almost comforting, as I held it up to the sunlight filtering through the church's stained glass windows. Its glow intensified, casting a golden hue on the ancient stone walls. I turned to Father O'Connor, the weight of my revelations pressing down on me. "Father, this pendant, it feels so familiar," I began, my voice tinged with awe and confusion. "The book speaks of other versions of us, other Vanjikis." It reacted to my touch. It mentions storytellers, those who can dictate history. It also showed me glimpses of these other Vanjikis, versions of me who seem to bring order to the multiverse. But I don't understand how they do it. Father O'Connor looked at me thoughtfully, his eyes filled with concern and curiosity. "Johnny, the multiverse is a complex web of realities. Each version of you, of us, plays a role in maintaining the balance. Perhaps this pendant is a key, a tool to help you connect with those other versions and learn from them." As I pondered his words, the pendant pulsed with a sudden intensity. A jolt of energy shot through me, and I felt my vision blur. My eyes began to glow with a brilliant light, and I sensed a shift in the very fabric of reality. I looked around, and the familiar surroundings of the church began to dissolve. In an instant, I was no longer in the Lancaster I knew. I stood in the midst of a desolate wasteland, a twisted version of my city. The once vibrant streets were now cracked and barren, the buildings reduced to skeletal ruins. The air was heavy with the stench of decay, and the sky above was a sickly, unnatural color. This was Lancaster, but from an alternate timeline, a reality where the shadows had won. The devastation was overwhelming, a stark reminder of what was at stake. I saw figures moving in the distance, shadowy forms that seemed to flicker and waver like mirages. They moved with a purpose, their presence a haunting testament to the darkness that had consumed this world. I felt a pang of sorrow and anger, knowing that this could be the fate of my own Lancaster if I failed. Before I could explore further, the pendant pulsed again, and the wasteland began to dissolve. The vision faded, and I was pulled back to my reality, the familiar warmth of the church enveloping me once more. I staggered slightly, the intensity of the experience leaving me disoriented. Father O'Connor reached out to steady me, his expression one of deep concern. "Johnny, are you all right? What did you see?" I took a deep breath, trying to steady my racing heart. I saw another version of Lancaster, a wasteland where the shadows had won. Everything was destroyed. It was a glimpse of what could happen if we fail. Father O'Connor nodded, his eyes serious. The multiverse is vast and filled with many possibilities, both good and bad. The fact that you saw that timeline means it's a potential future, one we must strive to prevent. The pendant is a powerful artifact, Johnny. It has connected you to these other realities for a reason. We must learn from them, gather their strength, and ensure that our Lancaster does not meet the same fate. I looked at the pendant, its glow now a steady, reassuring presence. I need to understand more about this artifact, about the other Vanjikis. If we can learn how they fought the shadows, we might stand a better chance. Father O'Connor smiled faintly, his faith in me evident. Then we must seek out those who can help. The church's archives, the city's historians, anyone who might have knowledge of these artifacts and their history. Together, we can uncover the secrets that will help us protect Lancaster. With a renewed sense of purpose, I left the church, the pendant's warmth a constant reminder of the task ahead. The vision of the wasteland was a stark warning, but also a motivation to act. The shadows were a formidable enemy, but with the knowledge and power I had begun to uncover, I felt a glimmer of hope. The city was bustling with life, unaware of the dangers lurking in the shadows. As I walked through the streets, I felt a connection to the people around me, a responsibility to protect them from the fate I had glimpsed. The battle against the shadows would not be easy, but I was ready to face it head on. I needed allies, people who understood the stakes and were willing to fight alongside me. The journey would be long and perilous, but with the pendant's power and the knowledge I had gained, I was not alone. The multiverse was vast, but Lancaster was my home, and I would do everything in my power to defend it. The day passed in a blur of activity, each step bringing me closer to understanding the depths of the city's secrets. I spoke with historians, archivists, and anyone who might have knowledge of the artifacts and the guardians of old. Each conversation added another piece to the puzzle, building a clearer picture of the battle that lay ahead. As night fell, I returned to the mill, the place where this journey had truly begun. The shadows still lingered, but now they seemed less menacing, their power diminished by the knowledge and strength I had gained. I stood at the entrance, the pendant glowing softly, a beacon of hope in the darkness. The multiverse was a complex, ever-changing tapestry, and I was just one thread in its vast expanse. But I knew that even a single thread could make a difference, could change the course of history. The shadows would come, and the battles would be fierce, but I was ready. With the pendant's power and the knowledge of the multiverse, I would stand against the darkness. Lancaster was my home, and I would protect it with everything I had. The shadows had met their match, and I would not rest until they were vanquished. The fight for the light had only just begun, and I was at the heart of it all, ready to face whatever came next. End audio log. The year was 1800, and Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, was a quiet, pastoral landscape dotted with small farms, quaint villages, and dense woods. The air was crisp with the promise of winter, and the people of Lancaster were busy preparing for the long, cold months ahead. Little did they know that an unimaginable horror was about to descend upon their peaceful community. It began with whispers and rumors, spreading like wildfire through the towns and farms. People spoke of strange figures seen lurking in the woods at night, of animals found dead and mutilated, and of a coldness that seemed to seep into the very bones of the land. The older folks dismissed these stories as mere superstition, but the younger generation couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. The first death occurred on a chilly October night. Joseph Miller, a well-respected farmer, was found dead in his barn. His body was pale and cold, and his eyes stared blankly at the ceiling. The local doctor, Dr. Samuel Cartwright, was baffled. There were no signs of violence, no visible cause of death. The townspeople were frightened, but they carried on, hoping it was an isolated incident. But it was just the beginning. Over the next few weeks, more and more people fell ill with a strange, wasting sickness. They complained of feeling cold, of a terrible hunger that could not be satisfied, and of nightmares filled with shadowy figures and death. Dr. Cartwright did his best to treat the sick, but nothing seemed to work. The victims grew weaker and weaker until they eventually died, their bodies as cold and lifeless as Joseph Miller's. Panic began to spread through Lancaster County. People locked their doors at night and kept their children close. The church was filled with frightened parishioners seeking comfort and answers. Reverend James Thompson preached of God's wrath and the need for repentance, but even he seemed uncertain. Then, the unthinkable happened. One night, Joseph Miller's body disappeared from its grave. The next morning, his wife, Mary, was found dead in her bed, her throat torn out as if by some wild animal. Those who saw her body swore that Joseph himself had come back from the grave to kill her. The dead were rising, and they were hungry for the flesh of the living. As more graves were disturbed and more bodies found, the people of Lancaster realized they were facing an epidemic of the undead. Families barricaded themselves in their homes, but the undead were relentless. They clawed at doors and windows, driven by an insatiable hunger. The once peaceful county was plunged into chaos and terror. Dr. Cartwright and Reverend Thompson, along with a small group of brave townsfolk, decided to fight back. They armed themselves with whatever weapons they could find and set out to hunt down the undead. They discovered that the creatures could be killed by destroying their brains or setting them on fire. It was a grim and bloody task, but they were determined to save their home. The battle raged for months. The once picturesque landscape of Lancaster County was scarred by fire and death. Many brave souls were lost, but slowly, the living began to gain the upper hand. By the spring of 1801, the epidemic had been contained, though at a terrible cost. The survivors tried to rebuild their lives, but Lancaster County was forever changed. The memories of that dark time lingered, and the graves of the victims were marked with special symbols to ward off evil. The story of the undead epidemic was passed down through generations, a chilling reminder of the horrors that had once plagued their land. Despite the initial victory, the people of Lancaster County remained vigilant. The horrors they had faced were too fresh in their minds, and the sense of unease lingered like a dark cloud over the community. Each year, as autumn turned to winter and the nights grew longer, the fear would return, whispering in the cold wind and rustling leaves. In the aftermath of the epidemic, Dr. Samuel Cartwright and Reverend James Thompson became unlikely leaders in the community. Their bravery and leadership during the crisis had earned them the respect and trust of their neighbors. They worked tirelessly to restore a sense of normalcy, but they both knew that something fundamental had changed. One night, as the first snows of December fell gently on the rooftops, Dr. Cartwright sat by the fire in his study, reading through his notes on the epidemic. He had meticulously recorded every detail, hoping to find some explanation for the horror that had befallen them. As he read, a soft knock came at his door. "Come in," he called, expecting one of his assistants or a late-night patient. Instead, Reverend Thompson entered, his expression grave. "Samuel, we need to talk," the Reverend said, taking a seat opposite the doctor. "I've been hearing things, strange things." Dr. Cartwright nodded, setting his notes aside. "I have as well. People are still seeing shadows in the woods, hearing whispers at night. It's as if the land itself is haunted." Reverend Thompson leaned forward, his voice low. "I fear it may not be over. The evil that caused the dead to rise, it could still be here, lying dormant, waiting for the right moment to return." The doctor sighed, running a hand through his graying hair. "But what can we do, James? We've burned the bodies, sanctified the graves. We've done everything we can to prevent it from happening again." Reverend Thompson shook his head. "Not everything. There are ancient texts, forbidden knowledge, that speak of such plagues. We need to understand what we're dealing with. We need to find the source of this evil and destroy it once and for all." Over the next few months, Dr. Cartwright and Reverend Thompson delved into research, poring over old books and manuscripts. They consulted with scholars and mystics, seeking any clue that might lead them to the truth. Their search took them far from Lancaster County, into the libraries of Philadelphia and the darkened halls of New York's secret societies. They learned of ancient curses and dark rituals, of necromancers who had the power to raise the dead and bend them to their will. One name kept appearing in their research: Elias Thorne, a notorious sorcerer from the 17th century who had been rumored to possess the power of necromancy. According to the records, Thorne had been executed for his crimes, but his body had never been found. With this new lead, Dr. Cartwright and Reverend Thompson returned to Lancaster County, determined to uncover the truth. They began searching for any trace of Elias Thorne or his followers. Their investigation led them to an abandoned farmhouse on the outskirts of town, a place shrouded in legend and fear. The farmhouse was in ruins, its windows broken and its walls covered in ivy. As they approached, a sense of dread washed over them. They forced the door open and stepped inside, the floorboards creaking under their weight. The air was thick with dust and decay. In the basement, they found what they had feared: an altar covered in strange symbols, surrounded by the remnants of dark rituals. Old tomes and scrolls lay scattered about, filled with forbidden knowledge. Among them was a journal, its pages yellowed with age, bearing the name Elias Thorne. As they read through the journal, they discovered the terrible truth. Thorne had indeed mastered the art of necromancy, and he had cast a powerful curse upon Lancaster County, binding the spirits of the dead to his will. The epidemic was not a random occurrence but a calculated act of vengeance from beyond the grave. Dr. Cartwright and Reverend Thompson knew they had to act quickly. Using the knowledge they had gained, they prepared a counter-ritual to break the curse. It required great courage and precision, for a single mistake could doom them all. On the night of the winter solstice, under a full moon, they gathered in the basement of the farmhouse. With them were a handful of brave townsfolk who had agreed to help. The air was charged with anticipation and fear. As Reverend Thompson began the incantation, a cold wind swept through the room, extinguishing their lanterns. Shadows seemed to come alive, and the ground trembled beneath their feet. Dr. Cartwright and the others held their ground, chanting in unison as they followed the Reverend's lead. The ritual reached its climax, and a blinding light filled the room. The ground shook violently, and for a moment, it seemed as if the very fabric of reality was tearing apart. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the light faded, and the room fell silent. The curse was broken. In the weeks that followed, the strange occurrences in Lancaster County ceased. The dead no longer walked, and the shadows in the woods seemed less menacing. The people began to rebuild their lives, slowly but surely putting the horrors of the past behind them. Dr. Cartwright and Reverend Thompson continued their work, forever vigilant against the forces of darkness. They knew that evil could never be truly vanquished, only held at bay. But for now, at least, peace had returned to Lancaster County. The year was now 1845, and Lancaster County had enjoyed many years of peace since the dreadful events of 1800. The community had grown, the fields were fertile, and the townsfolk went about their daily lives with little memory of the horrors that had once plagued them. But the land had not forgotten, and deep in the shadows, an ancient evil stirred once more. Dr. Samuel Cartwright, now an elderly man, still resided in Lancaster County. Though retired, his mind remained sharp, and he continued to study the occult in his spare time. Reverend James Thompson had passed away years earlier, but his legacy lived on through his grandson, William Thompson, who had taken up the mantle of the local pastor. One chilly autumn evening, as the sun set and cast long shadows across the fields, a stranger rode into town. His clothes were unlike anything the townsfolk had ever seen, modern yet worn, as if he had traveled from a place far away. At his side, a large revolver glinted in the fading light. The stranger's name was Johnny Vanjik, a man from a future they could not fathom, carrying a weapon that should not exist. Johnny dismounted his horse and walked through the main street, drawing curious and wary glances from the townspeople. He made his way to the local inn, where he hoped to find lodging and perhaps some answers. As he entered the inn, the innkeeper, Mr. Amos Wright, looked up from his desk. "Evening, stranger. Haven't seen you around these parts before. What brings you to Lancaster County?" Johnny tipped his hat. "Just passing through, looking for a place to rest my head for a few nights. Name's Johnny Vanjuk. Mr. Wright nodded and motioned to the register. Sign in here, Mr. Vanjuk. Room's $1 a night, and supper's at 7. As Johnny signed the register, Mr. Wright couldn't help but notice the revolver at Johnny's side. That's an unusual piece you've got there, he remarked. Never seen a gun like it? Johnny glanced down at his .44 Magnum and gave a wry smile. It's a family heirloom, he said, not wanting to reveal the true nature of his weapon. Been in the family for generations. Mr. Wright chuckled. Well, it sure is a mighty fine piece of craftsmanship. Never heard of a .44 Magnum round, though. Must be something special. Johnny nodded, his mind already drifting to the reason for his visit. He had been drawn to this timeline by a disturbance in the multiverse, a ripple of dark energy that he couldn't ignore. He suspected it was related to the events of 1800, and he intended to find out more. The next morning, Johnny visited the local church, hoping to speak with Reverend Thompson. As he approached, he noticed an elderly man sitting on a bench outside, reading a book. It was Dr. Samuel Cartwright, still vigilant after all these years. Good morning, Johnny greeted him. I'm looking for Reverend Thompson. Is he around? Dr. Cartwright looked up, his eyes sharp and inquisitive. Good morning to you as well. Reverend Thompson is inside. May I ask who you are? Name's Johnny Vanjuk, he replied. I'm a traveler, here to investigate some unusual occurrences. Dr. Cartwright's eyebrows raised slightly. Unusual occurrences, you say? You have my attention, Mr. Vanjuk. I'm Dr. Samuel Cartwright. Perhaps we should speak further. Johnny nodded, sensing a kindred spirit in the old doctor. I'd like that. But first, I'd like to pay my respects to the Reverend. Inside the church, Reverend William Thompson was preparing for the day's service. He looked up as Johnny entered, noting the stranger's presence with a mix of curiosity and caution. Good morning, Johnny said, removing his hat. I'm Johnny Vanjuk. I'm here to seek your guidance and perhaps some answers about the past. Reverend Thompson approached, extending his hand. Welcome, Mr. Vanjuk. Any friend of Dr. Cartwright is a friend of mine. What brings you to our humble church? Johnny shook his hand, then explained briefly. I'm here because I believe there may be a resurgence of the dark forces that once plagued this town. I need to understand what happened in 1800 and how it was stopped. The Reverend's eyes widened slightly. That's quite a claim, Mr. Vanjuk. But if Dr. Cartwright believes there's something to it, then so do I. Let's sit and talk. Johnny, Dr. Cartwright, and Reverend Thompson gathered in the church's study, where Johnny recounted his knowledge of the undead epidemic and his own experiences traveling through different timelines. The two men listened intently, their expressions growing graver with each passing moment. The disturbances you've sensed, Dr. Cartwright said thoughtfully, they align with some strange occurrences I've noted in my own studies. There have been reports of shadowy figures in the woods again, whispers of a coldness returning to the land. Reverend Thompson nodded. And I've heard similar tales from my congregation. People are starting to feel uneasy, as if the land itself is warning them. Johnny leaned forward. Then we need to act quickly. If the evil that caused the undead epidemic is returning, we have to stop it before it gains strength. Together, they devised a plan to investigate the source of the disturbances. Dr. Cartwright would use his knowledge of the occult to identify any signs of dark rituals, while Reverend Thompson would rally the townsfolk and provide spiritual guidance. Johnny, with his .44 Magnum and his experience fighting the undead, would lead the charge against whatever darkness they might face. Their first destination was the old farmhouse on the outskirts of town, the same place where Dr. Cartwright and the original Reverend Thompson had discovered the Dark Altar all those years ago. As they approached, the air grew colder, and a sense of foreboding filled their hearts. Inside, the farmhouse was much as it had been left, a ruin of broken furniture and decayed walls. But in the basement, they found new signs of activity. The altar had been disturbed, and fresh symbols were scrawled in blood on the walls. "This is recent," Dr. Cartwright said, his voice tense. "Someone has been here, trying to revive the old curse." Johnny stepped forward, his hand resting on the grip of his .44 Magnum. "Then we need to find out who, and stop them." As they searched the basement, they found a hidden passage leading deep underground. The air grew colder and more oppressive as they descended, and the walls seemed to close in around them. At the end of the passage, they found a large, cavernous chamber lit by flickering torches. In the center of the chamber stood a figure cloaked in darkness, chanting in a guttural, ancient language. Surrounding him were the undead, their eyes glowing with a malevolent light. The figure turned as they entered, revealing a gaunt, pale face twisted with hatred. "Elias Thorne," Dr. Cartwright whispered, recognizing the sorcerer from the old records. Johnny drew his .44 Magnum, aiming it at Thorne. "This ends now." Thorne laughed, a cold, hollow sound. "You cannot stop me, time traveler. The curse will be reborn, and Lancaster County will fall into darkness once more." Reverend Thompson stepped forward, holding his Bible high. "In the name of God, we will banish you and your foul creatures from this land." Thorne raised his hands, and the undead surged forward. Johnny fired his .44 Magnum, the powerful rounds tearing through the undead with ease. Dr. Cartwright and Reverend Thompson recited the counter ritual, their voices strong and unwavering. As the battle raged, Thorne's power began to wane. The combined strength of Johnny's future weapon and the ancient incantations proved too much for the sorcerer. With a final, desperate cry, Thorne was consumed by a burst of blinding light, and the undead crumbled to dust. The chamber fell silent, save for the heavy breathing of the three men. They had done it. They had stopped the curse from returning and saved Lancaster County from another nightmare. In the days that followed, the sense of unease lifted from the land, and the townsfolk began to rebuild once more. Dr. Cartwright and Reverend Thompson continued their work, ever vigilant against the forces of darkness. And Johnny Vanjik, the time traveler with the mysterious weapon, became a legend in his own right, a guardian of Lancaster County and a protector of the multiverse. And so, life went on in Lancaster County, but the people never forgot the bravery and sacrifice of those who had fought to save them. They honored their memory by living their lives with courage and kindness, ever watchful for the shadows that might one day return. Though Lancaster County had once again found peace, the ripples of dark events in its history continued to echo through the generations. The community had grown stronger, more resilient, but always with a vigilant eye on the shadows that seemed to gather at the edge of the light. Years turned into decades, and the memory of Johnny Vanjik's heroics became part of local folklore. Parents told their children stories of the brave time traveler with the mysterious weapon who saved them from an ancient curse. The .44 Magnum, a weapon far ahead of its time, was a symbol of hope and resilience, though few understood its true significance. It was now 1865, and the United States was recovering from the ravages of the Civil War. Lancaster County, having been spared the worst of the conflict, was a haven for returning soldiers and families seeking to rebuild their lives. Yet, amidst the reconstruction, whispers of the past began to surface once more. One late autumn evening, a group of children playing near the old abandoned farmhouse came running back to town, their faces pale with fear. They spoke of shadowy figures moving in the twilight, of cold, unnatural winds that made the hairs on their necks stand on end. The townsfolk, remembering the old stories, began to worry. Dr. Cartwright, now an elderly man, could no longer aid them, but his granddaughter, Clara Cartwright, had taken up his mantle. Clara was a brilliant and determined young woman, well versed in her grandfather's studies of the occult and the supernatural. She had inherited not only his knowledge but also his courage and dedication to protecting Lancaster County. Reverend Thompson's grandson, Joseph Thompson, had also followed in his family's footsteps, becoming the new pastor of the church. Together, Clara and Joseph formed a formidable team, bound by a shared sense of duty and the legacy of their grandfathers. As the reports of strange occurrences grew more frequent, Clara and Joseph decided to investigate the farmhouse themselves. Equipped with the knowledge from Dr. Cartwright's old journals and the rituals passed down by Reverend Thompson, they set out to uncover the source of the disturbances. Under the cover of darkness, they approached the decrepit building, its walls now crumbling and overgrown with ivy. The air was thick with a sense of foreboding, and the silence was almost oppressive. Clara and Joseph moved cautiously, their lanterns casting flickering shadows on the walls. In the basement, they found evidence of recent activity. The dark symbols had been redrawn, and fresh blood stained the altar. It was clear that someone or something had been trying to revive the old curse. Clara felt a chill run down her spine as she realized the gravity of their situation. "We have to stop this before it gets out of hand," Clara whispered, her voice steady despite the fear gnawing at her insides. Joseph nodded, gripping his Bible tightly. "We need to perform the counter ritual. We can't let this evil take root again." As they prepared to start the ritual, a sudden noise startled them. They turned to see a figure emerging from the shadows. It was a man, tall and imposing, with a familiar revolver at his side. It was Johnny Vanjik, looking much the same as he had in the stories, despite the passing of 20 years. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice a mix of awe and suspicion. Johnny tipped his hat, his expression grim. "Name's Johnny Vanjik. I see you found the source of the trouble. I thought I had ended this back in 45, but it seems the past has a way of coming back.
Clara and Joseph exchanged a glance, recognizing the name and the weapon from their grandfather's tales. "The .44 Magnum," Joseph murmured. "You're the one from the stories." Johnny nodded. "I'm here to help. We don't have much time. The ritual needs to be completed before the moon sets, or we'll be dealing with more than just shadows." With Johnny's guidance, Clara and Joseph began the counter-ritual. The air grew colder, and the shadows seemed to press in around them, but they kept their focus. Johnny stood guard, his .44 Magnum ready for any threat that might emerge from the darkness. As the incantations filled the chamber, the symbols on the walls began to glow with an eerie light. The ground trembled, and a cold wind whipped through the room, but they did not falter. Johnny fired his weapon at the approaching shadows, each shot echoing like thunder in the confined space. The final words of the ritual were spoken, and a blinding light filled the chamber, just as it had 20 years earlier. The dark symbols burned away, and the oppressive cold lifted, replaced by a sense of calm and peace. The curse had been broken once more. Exhausted but triumphant, Clara and Joseph turned to Johnny. "Thank you," Clara said, her voice filled with gratitude. "We couldn't have done it without you." Johnny nodded, holstering his .44 Magnum. "The fight's never truly over, but for now, you've given this town a chance to breathe easy again." As they emerged from the farmhouse into the early morning light, the townsfolk gathered around, their faces filled with relief and admiration. Johnny Vanjik had once again saved Lancaster County, and his legend grew even stronger. But Johnny knew his work was not done. There were always new threats, new disturbances in the fabric of time and space. He bid farewell to Clara and Joseph, promising to return if ever the need arose. With a final tip of his hat, he mounted his horse and rode off into the horizon, leaving behind a community forever grateful and forever watchful. Years later, as Clara and Joseph grew old, they would tell their own children and grandchildren the story of the brave time traveler and his .44 Magnum, a symbol of hope and resilience in a world where the past and future often collided in unexpected ways. And so, life continued in Lancaster County, ever vigilant against the shadows, ever grateful for the courage and sacrifice of those who stood against the darkness. The legacy of Johnny Vanjik lived on, a testament to the enduring spirit of those who fought to protect their home and their future. The town of Lancaster County, PA, nestled in its rolling farmlands and historical charm, seemed timeless and untouched by the frantic pace of modern life. It was the epitome of serene American countryside, where the Amish buggies clopped rhythmically down the roads, and the scent of fresh hay mingled with the cool breeze. One brisk autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the shadows grew long, an eerie quiet fell over the town. The usual hum of crickets and distant laughter from the local taverns was replaced by a profound, unnatural silence. The air felt heavier, charged with a presence that was both ancient and unfathomable. The first sign was the tremor. At first, it was subtle, barely noticeable, like the rumble of distant thunder. But then it grew, shaking the ground with a violent intensity that sent livestock into a frenzy and caused the quaint houses to groan under the strain. People rushed out of their homes, confusion and fear etched on their faces.
From the depths of the surrounding forests emerged figures of colossal stature, their forms partially obscured by the twilight. They were giants, towering beings covered in scales that glinted in the fading light. Their eyes burned with a primal ferocity, and their movements were accompanied by the sound of cracking branches and shifting earth. Long, lizard-like tails trailed behind them, and their hands clutched immense javelins that shimmered ominously. The giants, seemingly drawn by an ancient instinct, moved toward the heart of Lancaster. They were the stuff of legends, beings of immense power and size, stripped of ethics and imagination, driven only by a raw, predatory need. As they advanced, the air grew colder, and a palpable sense of dread spread through the town. Sheriff Daniel Carter, a man who had seen his share of oddities but nothing like this, rallied his deputies and tried to maintain order. The townsfolk looked to him for guidance, their faces pale with fear. "Stay together. Get to the church," he shouted, hoping the old stone structure would provide some semblance of safety. In the chaos, families clung to each other, their terror mounting as the giants closed in. The ground shook with each step of the monstrous beings, and the town's idyllic calm shattered into a cacophony of screams and crashing debris. The giants were merciless, their lack of ethics evident as they tore through the town, their immense hands sweeping away anything in their path. Carter and his deputies took up positions around the church, armed with whatever firearms they could find. The first giant to approach was met with a volley of gunfire. The bullets, however, seemed to have little effect, merely bouncing off the creature's thick scales. The giant roared, a sound that reverberated through the town like a thunderclap, and retaliated with a swipe of its massive hand, sending men flying through the air like rag dolls. Inside the church, the townspeople huddled together, their prayers mingling with cries of despair. Among them was Eliza Thompson, a young woman with a fierce determination. She had always been fascinated by local legends and had spent years studying the myths and folklore of the area. She remembered stories of giants from ancient times, tales that spoke of their divine origin and their connection to the earth. Eliza's mind raced as she tried to recall every detail. "They are immortal as long as they walk on the ground where they were born," she whispered to herself, a glimmer of hope igniting within her. "If we can get them off the ground, we might have a chance." She ran to Sheriff Carter, who was reloading his shotgun with trembling hands. "Sheriff, we need to get them off the ground. They draw their strength from the earth." Carter looked at her, his eyes wide with desperation but also a spark of belief. "How do we do that, Eliza?" "The quarry," she replied, thinking of the deep, water-filled pit on the outskirts of town. "If we can lure them there and get them into the water, they might lose their power." Carter nodded, a plan forming in his mind. "All right, everyone who can move, follow me. We're heading to the quarry." The journey to the quarry was fraught with danger. The giants, sensing their prey's flight, pursued with relentless determination. Carter and his men fired sporadically, trying to slow the creatures down, but it was Eliza's quick thinking and intimate knowledge of the land that truly made the difference. She led the group through hidden paths and narrow alleys, using every advantage the familiar terrain offered. As they neared the quarry, the giants closed in. The townspeople, exhausted and terrified, could feel the hot breath of the monsters on their necks. Carter turned and fired his last rounds, aiming for the eyes of the closest giant. One shot found its mark, and the giant bellowed in pain, momentarily blinded. "Keep moving," Carter shouted, pushing Eliza and the others forward. The edge of the quarry was just ahead, a yawning chasm filled with dark, cold water. With a final, desperate sprint, they reached the quarry's edge. Carter and a few brave souls formed a line, holding the giants at bay as Eliza and the others began to spread out, shouting and waving their arms to attract the giants' attention. "Come on, you bastards!" Carter yelled, his voice echoing off the quarry walls. "This way!" The giants, driven by an unrelenting hunger, lumbered forward, their massive forms looming over the edge. The first giant, blinded and enraged, stepped too far and tumbled into the water below. A deafening splash followed, and for a moment, the creature thrashed violently, its roars turning to gurgles as it sank beneath the surface. Seeing their kin fall, the remaining giants hesitated. It was a brief moment of doubt, but it was enough. Eliza, standing on a precarious ledge, threw rocks and shouted, drawing their attention away from the fleeing townsfolk. Another giant lunged at her, its massive hands sweeping through the air. She jumped at the last second, the giant's momentum carrying it over the edge and into the water. The townspeople watched in awe and terror as the giants fell, one by one, into the depths of the quarry. The water, dark and foreboding, seemed to swallow them whole, stripping them of their power and leaving only ripples on the surface. As the last giant disappeared beneath the waves, a profound silence fell over the quarry. The townspeople, bruised and battered, stood at the edge, staring into the water. The once invincible giants were no more, their connection to the earth severed by the deep, alien environment of the quarry. Eliza, breathless and trembling, felt a hand on her shoulder. She turned to see Sheriff Carter, his face etched with exhaustion and relief. "You did it," he said, his voice barely more than a whisper. "No," Eliza replied, looking around at the gathered townsfolk. "We all did it." The dawn broke over Lancaster County, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink. The town, though scarred and shaken, stood resilient. The giants had come and wreaked havoc, but the spirit of the people had prevailed. As the first rays of sunlight touched the ground, the townspeople began the arduous task of rebuilding, their hearts heavy with loss but also buoyed by a newfound strength. The scars left by the giants' rampage ran deep through Lancaster County, both physically and emotionally. Families mourned lost loved ones, homes were reduced to rubble, and the once tranquil countryside now bore the marks of the monstrous invasion. Yet, amid the grief and destruction, a sense of unity and resilience emerged. The townspeople, bonded by their shared ordeal, came together to rebuild and heal. Eliza Thompson, whose quick thinking had played a crucial role in defeating the giants, found herself at the center of this recovery effort. Her knowledge of local legends and her courage had earned her the respect and admiration of the community. She was no longer just a curious young woman with a passion for folklore, she had become a leader, a symbol of hope. The days were filled with hard work. Men and women of all ages labored side by side, clearing debris, repairing structures, and tending to the wounded. The local church, which had served as a refuge during the attack, now became a hub of activity. Its pews were filled not with worshippers, but with volunteers organizing supplies, coordinating efforts, and providing comfort to those in need. Sheriff Daniel Carter, though exhausted and battle-worn, took on the mantle of leadership with unwavering determination. He patrolled the town tirelessly, ensuring that order was maintained and that everyone had what they needed. His presence was a reassuring constant, a reminder that despite the horrors they had faced, they were not alone. As the town slowly regained its footing, strange occurrences began to unfold. The land around the quarry, where the giants had met their end, seemed to pulse with a peculiar energy. The water, once still and dark, now shimmered with an eerie glow under the moonlight. Some townspeople claimed to hear faint whispers emanating from the depths, ghostly echoes of the giants' roars. Eliza, ever curious and cautious, spent her evenings near the quarry, studying these phenomena. She documented the changes meticulously, filling her journal with observations and sketches. The giants might have been defeated, but their presence lingered, woven into the very fabric of the land. One night, as she sat by the water's edge, Eliza felt a sudden chill. The air grew colder, and the whispers grew louder, more distinct. She strained to listen, her heart pounding in her chest. The whispers seemed to form words, a language ancient and arcane. She could not understand them, but their tone was unmistakable, a warning, a plea, a promise of something more. Determined to uncover the truth, Eliza sought out the town's oldest resident, Old Man Hargrove. He was a reclusive figure, known for his vast knowledge of local history and folklore. If anyone could shed light on the mysteries surrounding the giants and the quarry, it was him. Eliza found Hargrove in his ramshackle cabin on the outskirts of town. The old man greeted her with a wary but curious glance, his eyes sharp and knowing. She explained what she had witnessed, describing the strange energy and the whispers in the night. Hargrove listened intently, his expression growing more grave with each word. When she finished, he sat in silence for a long moment, his weathered hands clasped tightly. The giants were not just creatures of legend, he began, his voice low and rasping. They were guardians, bound to the land by ancient magic. Their fall has disturbed the balance, awakened forces that have lain dormant for centuries. Eliza leaned forward, her pulse quickening. What does that mean for us? For Lancaster? Hargrove's eyes bore into hers, filled with a somber intensity. It means that the giants were only the beginning. There are older, darker things beneath the surface, things that the giants kept at bay. Now that they're gone, those things are stirring. The weight of his words settled heavily on Eliza. The giants' defeat, though a victory, had unsealed a greater threat. She felt a mix of dread and determination. They had fought and survived once, they could do it again. But this time, they needed to be prepared, to understand what they were facing. As days turned into weeks, Eliza and Hargrove delved into ancient texts and forgotten lore, seeking any hint or clue about the entities that now threatened their town. They discovered references to a primordial darkness, an entity older than the earth itself, bound by the giant's presence and now free to spread its malevolent influence. The whispers at the quarry grew louder, more insistent. The water's eerie glow intensified, casting strange, dancing shadows on the surrounding rocks. One night, as Eliza and Hargrove conducted their research, a particularly powerful tremor shook the town. The ground cracked open near the quarry, revealing a cavernous void that seemed to breathe darkness. Eliza knew they had to act quickly. She gathered a group of the bravest townspeople, including Sheriff Carter and a few of his deputies. Armed with lanterns, ropes, and a resolve born of necessity, they descended into the gaping maw, determined to confront whatever lay within. The cavern was a labyrinth of twisting tunnels and echoing chambers, the walls slick with moisture and pulsating with a faint, unnatural glow. The deeper they went, the stronger the sense of malevolence became. It was as if the darkness itself were alive, watching them, waiting. At the heart of the cavern, they found it, a massive, pulsating mass of darkness, its form constantly shifting and writhing. It was a void given shape, a presence that defied understanding. The air around it was thick with whispers, a cacophony of voices that filled their minds with dread. Eliza, her heart pounding with fear and determination, stepped forward. She held in her hand a relic they had discovered in their research, an ancient talisman said to contain the power of light and protection. She raised it high, its surface glowing with a fierce, pure light. The darkness recoiled, its form quivering in the face of the talisman's brilliance. Eliza could feel the power of the relic coursing through her, a force of hope and strength that pushed back against the encroaching void. She spoke words of ancient incantation, her voice steady and strong. The light from the talisman grew brighter, filling the cavern with a blinding radiance. The whispers turned to screams, a cacophony of rage and despair. The darkness writhed and twisted, its form unraveling under the assault of the light. With a final, agonized shriek, the darkness dissipated, its form dissolving into nothingness. The cavern fell silent, the oppressive weight lifted. Eliza and the townspeople stood in the aftermath, their breaths ragged, their bodies exhausted but their spirits triumphant. They emerged from the cavern into the light of a new day, the sun rising over Lancaster County. The town, though scarred, had faced the darkness and emerged stronger. The giants and the primordial darkness had tested their resilience, but they had stood firm. Eliza looked out over the town, her heart filled with a quiet determination. There would always be challenges, always be darkness to face. But she knew, now more than ever, that as long as they stood together, they could overcome anything. Lancaster County, once a peaceful haven, had become a place of legends, a testament to the strength and courage of its people. The giants had come and gone, but their legacy remained, a reminder that even in the darkest times, there is always hope and the power to forge a brighter future. In the wake of the confrontation with the primordial darkness, life in Lancaster County settled into a semblance of normalcy, albeit with a newfound vigilance. The townspeople remained ever watchful, knowing that the threat of ancient forces lurking beneath the surface was not to be underestimated. Eliza Thompson became a figure of renown, her bravery and wisdom celebrated throughout the community. She continued her studies of local folklore and legends, delving deeper into the mysteries of the land and its hidden secrets. Her efforts were not just academic, they were a testament to her commitment to protecting Lancaster and its inhabitants from whatever darkness might still linger. Sheriff Daniel Carter, too, found himself changed by the events that had unfolded. The experience had hardened him, sharpened his resolve to keep his town safe at any cost. He implemented new protocols for emergency preparedness, ensuring that Lancaster would never be caught off guard again. His deputies, likewise, underwent rigorous training, their ranks bolstered by volunteers inspired by the sheriff's steadfast leadership. Old Man Hargrove, the town's sage, continued to share his knowledge with Eliza and others willing to listen. Though his age had made him frail, his mind remained sharp, and his insights proved invaluable in navigating the complexities of the supernatural threats that loomed over Lancaster. As the months passed, life returned to a semblance of normalcy. The fields bloomed with the promise of spring, and the sound of laughter once again filled the streets. But beneath the surface, a tension simmered, a lingering awareness of the fragility of their peace. It was on a warm summer evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, that the tranquility of Lancaster was shattered once more. A series of strange occurrences began to unfold, each more ominous than the last. Crops withered and died overnight, their once vibrant green turning to a sickly brown. Livestock grew restless, their movements erratic and panicked. And whispers began to spread among the townsfolk, tales of shadowy figures glimpsed in the darkness, of eyes that glowed with an otherworldly light. Eliza felt a familiar sense of unease settle over her as she listened to the rumors swirling through town. She knew that whatever had been awakened in the depths of the quarry had not been fully vanquished. The darkness had merely retreated, biding its time until it could rise again. Determined not to let fear paralyze them, Eliza and Sheriff Carter rallied the townspeople once more. They organized search parties, scouring the countryside for signs of the encroaching darkness. But try as they might, they found no trace of the elusive threat. As the days stretched into weeks, tensions ran high. The once tight-knit community began to fray at the edges, suspicion and paranoia taking root where camaraderie once flourished. Some blamed Eliza and her studies of the supernatural, accusing her of inviting the darkness into their midst. But Eliza refused to be deterred. She continued her research, poring over ancient texts and consulting with Hargrove in search of answers. And then, one fateful night, she made a discovery that sent shivers down her spine. Hidden within the pages of an obscure tome, Eliza found a reference to a being known as the Shadow Weaver, a creature of darkness said to be capable of manipulating shadows to its will. According to legend, the Shadow Weaver was drawn to places of great turmoil and despair, feeding off the fear and suffering of those it encountered. Realization dawned on Eliza. The strange occurrences in Lancaster were not random, they were orchestrated by the Shadow Weaver, a malevolent force seeking to plunge the town into chaos and darkness once more. And it had chosen Lancaster as its next hunting ground. Armed with this knowledge, Eliza and Sheriff Carter devised a plan to confront the Shadow Weaver head-on. They gathered the bravest among them, those willing to stand against the encroaching darkness and defend their home at all costs. Under the cover of night, they ventured into the heart of the forest, where the Shadow Weaver was said to dwell. The air grew thick with anticipation as they drew closer to their destination, their senses heightened by the palpable sense of danger that hung in the air. And then, they saw it, a figure cloaked in darkness, its form shifting and twisting like smoke in the wind. Its eyes glowed with an unholy light, fixating on them with an intensity that sent shivers down their spines. With a roar, Sheriff Carter and his deputies charged forward, their weapons raised high. Eliza followed close behind, her heart pounding with a mix of fear and determination. They would not let the darkness consume their town, not without a fight. The battle that ensued was fierce and brutal, a clash of light against darkness, of hope against despair. The Shadow Weaver lashed out with tendrils of shadow, enveloping its enemies in an inky embrace. But Eliza and her comrades fought with a ferocity born of desperation, refusing to yield to the darkness that sought to consume them. In the end, it was Eliza who delivered the final blow. With a cry of defiance, she unleashed the power of the ancient talisman she had wielded against the primordial darkness, channeling its light into a blinding beacon that pierced the Shadow Weaver's form. With a howl of agony, the Shadow Weaver retreated into the depths of the forest, its darkness dissipating like mist in the morning sun. And as the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, the townspeople of Lancaster emerged victorious, their spirits buoyed by the knowledge that they had faced the darkness and emerged stronger for it. As the months passed, the memory of the battles against the giants and the Shadow Weaver began to fade into legend. Lancaster County returned to its peaceful rhythms, its residents going about their daily lives with a newfound appreciation for the fragility of peace. Eliza Thompson, hailed as a hero for her role in defeating the ancient threats, continued her studies of folklore and the supernatural. She delved deeper into the mysteries of the land, determined to uncover any lingering threats that might still lurk in the shadows. Sheriff Daniel Carter, though relieved that the town was once again safe, remained ever vigilant, his watchful eye scanning the horizon for any signs of trouble. He knew that the darkness could never truly be vanquished, only kept at bay by the courage and determination of those who stood against it. Old Man Hargrove, the wise sage whose knowledge had proved invaluable in the battles against the giants and the Shadow Weaver, passed away peacefully in his sleep. His passing was mourned by the entire community, but his teachings lived on, passed down through the generations as a reminder of the town's resilience in the face of adversity. As the years went by, Lancaster County flourished, its fields yielding bountiful harvests, its streets bustling with the laughter of children. But beneath the surface, a sense of unease lingered, a lingering fear that the darkness could return at any moment. And return it did. On a dark and stormy night, when the wind howled through the trees and the rain lashed against the windows, a new threat emerged from the shadows. Strange creatures, twisted and malformed, began to prowl the streets of Lancaster, their eyes glowing with an unholy light. Eliza, now a respected scholar and protector of the town, knew that the time had come to face this new menace head-on. She gathered Sheriff Carter and a band of brave volunteers, their resolve unwavering in the face of the unknown. Together, they ventured into the heart of the storm, their weapons at the ready, their hearts filled with determination. The creatures lurked in the darkness, their forms shifting and changing with every flash of lightning. The battle that ensued was fierce and brutal, a clash of steel and shadow, of light and darkness. Eliza and her comrades fought with all their strength, their every blow a testament to their courage and determination. But the creatures were relentless, their numbers seemingly endless. For every one they defeated, two more took its place, their twisted forms writhing and contorting in the flickering light. Just when all hope seemed lost, a voice rang out through the storm, a voice filled with power and authority. It was Old Man Hargrove, his spirit lingering in the world of the living to aid his beloved town in its hour of need. With his guidance, Eliza and her comrades rallied once more, their spirits renewed by the presence of their fallen mentor. Together, they fought with renewed vigor, their blows striking true and driving back the encroaching darkness. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the storm abated, the creatures vanishing into the night like shadows fleeing from the dawn. Lancaster County was safe once more, its residents breathing a sigh of relief as the first light of morning broke over the horizon. In the aftermath of the battle, Eliza stood at Old Man Hargrove's graveside, her heart heavy with sorrow but also filled with gratitude. Though he was gone, his spirit would always live on in the hearts of the people he had touched, a guiding light in their darkest hour. As the years passed, Lancaster County thrived, its resilience in the face of darkness becoming the stuff of legend. The townsfolk went about their lives with a newfound sense of unity, knowing that they were stronger together than they could ever be apart. Eliza Thompson, now a revered figure in the community, dedicated herself to protecting Lancaster from any future threats. She established a network of scholars and guardians, pooling their knowledge and resources to ensure the town's safety. Together, they studied ancient texts and artifacts, seeking to uncover any hidden dangers that might lurk beneath the surface. Sheriff Daniel Carter, though retired from his duties as sheriff, remained a pillar of strength and wisdom in Lancaster. His years of experience and leadership were invaluable to the town, and he continued to mentor the next generation of law enforcement officers, instilling in them the values of courage, integrity, and compassion. The memory of the battles against the giants, the Shadow Weaver, and the otherworldly creatures that had threatened Lancaster lingered in the collective consciousness of the town. They were a reminder of the darkness that lurked in the world, but also of the resilience and bravery of its people. As Lancaster flourished, it became a beacon of hope in a world plagued by uncertainty and fear. Travelers from far and wide marveled at the town's strength and beauty, drawn by tales of its heroic deeds and indomitable spirit. But even as Lancaster prospered, the shadows never truly vanished. Strange occurrences continued to haunt the town, reminders that the forces of darkness were ever present, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Eliza and her fellow guardians remained ever vigilant, their watchful eyes scanning the horizon for any signs of trouble. They knew that the peace they enjoyed was fragile, built on a foundation of courage and sacrifice. As the years stretched into decades, the tales of Lancaster County's struggles against darkness became ingrained in the fabric of the town's identity. Children grew up hearing stories of the brave heroes who had faced unimaginable horrors to protect their home, and the legends of Eliza Thompson, Sheriff Daniel Carter, and Old Man Hargrove were passed down from generation to generation. The town itself underwent changes, evolving with the passage of time while still preserving its rich history and traditions. New generations of families settled in Lancaster, drawn by its reputation as a place of resilience and community. The streets buzzed with activity as businesses flourished, and the once quaint town grew into a bustling hub of commerce and culture. Yet, amidst the prosperity and growth, there remained an ever-present undercurrent of vigilance. The Guardians of Lancaster, led by Eliza and her network of scholars and protectors, continued their diligent watch over the town, knowing that the forces of darkness were never truly vanquished, only kept at bay. Occasional disturbances would arise, reminders that the shadows still lingered on the fringes of the town, waiting for an opportunity to strike. But each time, the people of Lancaster would rise to meet the challenge, their resolve unwavering in the face of adversity. Eliza, now an elder stateswoman of the town, continued her studies of the supernatural, passing on her knowledge and wisdom to the next generation. She remained a guiding light in Lancaster, revered for her courage and dedication to protecting her home. Sheriff Daniel Carter, long retired from his duties, spent his days tending to his farm on the outskirts of town. Though his days of patrolling the streets were behind him, his sense of duty and commitment to Lancaster never wavered, and he remained a respected figure in the community until his final days. An old man Hargrove, though gone from the physical world, was never forgotten. His memory lived on in the hearts and minds of the townsfolk, his teachings serving as a beacon of wisdom in times of uncertainty. As Lancaster County continued to thrive, it became a symbol of hope and resilience not just for its own inhabitants, but for all who heard its tales. Travelers from far and wide would come to visit, drawn by the stories of bravery and heroism that had made the town famous. As time flowed steadily onward, Lancaster County continued to stand as a bastion of strength and unity. The tales of its triumphs over darkness became woven into the very fabric of its existence, shaping the identities of its inhabitants and inspiring awe in those who heard of its legendary resilience. Generations came and went, each adding their own chapter to the ongoing saga of Lancaster's history. The town evolved, adapting to the changing times while remaining rooted in its traditions and values. New technologies emerged, bringing both progress and challenges, but through it all, the spirit of Lancaster endured. Eliza Thompson, now an elder stateswoman revered for her wisdom and courage, watched over the town with a steady gaze. Though her body had grown frail with age, her spirit remained as strong as ever, a guiding light for those who looked to her for guidance. Sheriff Daniel Carter, long retired from his duties but still a figure of respect and admiration, spent his twilight years reflecting on the battles he had fought and the friendships he had forged. His legacy lived on in the hearts of the townsfolk, a reminder of the strength that could be found in unity and determination. An old man Hargrove, though long gone from this world, continued to be a presence in Lancaster, his memory kept alive through the stories and teachings he had imparted to those who had known him. His wisdom echoed through the generations, a timeless beacon of insight and understanding. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, the people of Lancaster gathered together, bound by a shared history and a shared purpose. They knew that the road ahead would not always be easy, that darkness would inevitably rear its head once more. But they also knew that as long as they stood together, united in their determination to protect their home, they could face any challenge that came their way. And so, as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, casting their gentle glow over the tranquil landscape, the people of Lancaster County stood as one, ready to embrace whatever the future might hold. For in Lancaster, the light would always triumph over the darkness, and hope would always prevail. And so, the story of Lancaster County, a tale of courage, resilience, and community, continued on, its pages filled with the stories of heroes and legends, past, present, and future. And as long as the spirit of Lancaster burned bright, its legacy would endure for generations to come. As the night deepened, and the stars twinkled overhead, the people of Lancaster County gathered around a roaring bonfire, their faces illuminated by its warm glow. They shared tales of bravery and camaraderie, of triumphs and hardships, weaving together the rich tapestry of their shared history. Amidst the laughter and song, Eliza Thompson stood at the heart of the gathering, her eyes shining with pride as she looked out over the faces of her fellow townsfolk. She knew that though the road ahead would be fraught with challenges, they would face them together, united in their determination to protect the home they loved. Sheriff Daniel Carter stood by her side, a silent sentinel watching over his town with a sense of quiet satisfaction. His days of patrolling the streets were behind him, but his commitment to Lancaster burned as fiercely as ever, a beacon of strength and guidance for all who looked to him for leadership. And though Old Man Hargrove was no longer among them, his presence was felt in every flickering flame, in every whispered tale, in every lesson learned. His memory lived on in the hearts and minds of the people he had touched, a reminder of the wisdom and insight that had guided them through their darkest hours. As the night wore on, and the fire burned low, the people of Lancaster County raised their voices in a song of defiance, a song of hope, a song that echoed through the valleys and hills, reaching out into the darkness beyond. For in Lancaster, the light would always triumph over the darkness, and the spirit of resilience would endure forevermore. And so, as the flames of the bonfire danced in the night, casting their warm glow over the town of Lancaster County, a sense of peace settled over the land. The people stood together, their hearts filled with courage and unity, ready to face whatever challenges the future might hold. For in Lancaster, the spirit of resilience burned bright, a beacon of hope in a world filled with uncertainty. And as long as the people stood together, united in their determination to protect their home, the legacy of Lancaster would endure for generations to come. And so, with a final glance at the twinkling stars above, the people of Lancaster County bid farewell to the night, knowing that with each dawn, a new chapter of their story would begin. The bonds we form with one another are our greatest strength. The camaraderie and trust that develop through shared hardships and victories create a support network that sustains us. We are a family, not by blood, but by choice and by the trials we have endured together. This solidarity is what will see us through the darkest times. Shadows, they are creeping through the multiverse. I've been monitoring the network and I've noticed audio logs from Vanjikis we have never met before, and their timelines all share a new trend. Someone, no, not someone, something is out there. And it is not happy. At first I suspected this was just another game by the imposter. But I quickly realized that the imposter would never be capable of such feats, not at this stage in the game at least. Damn it, this is not what we need right now. Why is the multiverse bleeding? Am I to believe even after we stopped the imposter's army and stopped an multiversal invasion of vampires? Am I to believe even after all that the multiverse is in a worse state now than when we started out? If the imposter and another force isn't the cause, then what is? Am I to suspect that the multiverse itself is sending a message? Am to assume that perhaps this the end result of all the war? Or am I to believe that every action has an equal and opposite reaction? Is what we view in these audio logs but the result of the existence of us Vanjikis? Does bringing in odor also invite shadows? Have all the bullets we fired over the years led to this? Have we made the multiverse bleed? There is only one way to know. I'm setting my sights on the first timeline to encounter these shadows. That version of us hasn't breached the multiverse yet. Hope you're ready to learn today, kid. Okay, jump set in 3, 2, 1. There we go. Man, this part of the multiverse is bleak as all hell. I've never seen a section Kandai on noting but blacks and grays. The color grading of this place or lack thereof is quite disturbing. Well, this is... wait. There's countless timelines here. By God, I can hardly keep count. Well, this explains a lot already. It's almost like we predicted back during the war. There is a place where bad timelines go. Most of these timelines, they are dead. These worlds are remnants of the imposter's warpath. These are the timelines he used to make his army. We fixed a symptom. We never fixed the problem. So it's not just because of us. The multiverse is bleeding from the inside out. It never healed from the war. It only chose to forgot. There's the timeline I'm after. Okay, let's try to land. That smell. It's still winter in this timeline. For most of us it's summer right now. Whoa, that's a lot of churches. I guess Lancaster is very religious in version of Earth. Okay, well, I'm locked onto the new Vanjiki's coordinates. And touchdown. Wait, are my calculations off? This is one of the churches I saw from above. Where's Johnny? Vanjik. Is that you? Sorry, I'm kinda new to all of this. So you're this world's version of me? What's with the church boy get-up? What you call a get-up we call proper attire. I could also ask you why you have a gun in our church. Oh please, we fight and hunt monster for fun. And wait, you're telling me you believe in this God talk? To a degree, something had to make the multiverse after all. Well, agree to disagree for now. Why haven't you activated your call sign yet? I had to track your location the old way. And tell me, what good will I do my timeline by doing such a thing? No offense, but I've seen what happens to your timelines when you lot leave. We didn't have a choice, although I too disagree with it. To be blunt, we are screwed right now. These shadows, I know of them. My timeline did not benefit of having a Vanjik to go back and fix mistakes. The people of this earth have a very keen awareness and vast knowledge of the multiverse. In this timeline, you and I are not so special. Wait, you're telling me this whole planet understands the multiverse? Yes, and that's why there are no Vanjikis, until now anyway. But even then, as you can tell, I don't carry your firearms, I don't breach the multiverse. They call me Johnny Vanjik, but I'm no Duke of Lancaster. I'm just another student of this timeline. Okay, then tell me. Why are these shadows spreading? We have thousands of these shadow timelines floating about, and they are infecting the multiverse. What is normal to your people will be a death sentence to many if we don't stop it. We have an immunity. My people have been living alongside these shadows for millions of years. They can afflict us, but only slightly. and as far as it goes for them spreading. I fear I don't have an answer. Then you're useless too. Wait. What's that book? The one at your side. You're a storyteller. You can fix all of this. No. My powers are not to be used. I've seen what happens when a storyteller gets involved. Then I'd say you speak more sin than the very impostor who set these events in motion. So says you. But your lot keep opening wounds in bear that already bleeding out. The only things letting the bear bleed out is those who sit back and do nothing. And with that I left the timeline. I could feel the weight of the revelations pressing down on me. The knowledge that the multiverse was in such dire straits was both overwhelming and clarifying. The Wasteland Vanjik, the Faerun Vanjik, and even the mysterious imposter Vanjik, all these versions of myself and our collective experiences painted a complex and grim picture. Yet, despite the chaos, one thing was clear: action needed to be taken. I decided to set my sights on the next critical timeline. According to the reports from the Call Sign Network, there was a timeline that was on the brink of divergence. It was a version of Lancaster that had just started to experience anomalies similar to those reported by the Orphan. If we could intervene early enough, we might prevent another disaster. As I prepared to jump, I couldn't help but think about the conversations with my other selves. Each Vanjik had their unique perspective and strengths, but the threat we faced required a united front. I sent out a call through the network, hoping to gather a small team of Vanjikis who were close enough to respond quickly. Vanjikis, this is Johnny. I've identified a timeline on the verge of divergence. If you're nearby, I need your help. Meet me in timeline LC 1389. Coordinates incoming. With the coordinates set and the call sent, I initiated the jump. The familiar sensation of traversing the multiverse engulfed me. Colors blurred, time stretched, and in an instant, I was standing in the new timeline. Lancaster in timeline LC 1389 was eerily similar to my home, yet subtle differences were evident. The air had a peculiar stillness, and the usual bustling streets were quieter than they should have been. I made my way to the rendezvous point, a dilapidated church that stood as a stark contrast to the vibrant place of worship I remembered from other timelines. As I approached, I saw two figures already waiting. One was the Wasteland Vanjik, clad in his rugged armor, eyes sharp and scanning the surroundings. The other was the Faerun Vanjik, a mystical aura surrounding him, his presence both comforting and commanding. Good to see you both, I greeted them. We have a lot of work ahead of us. The Wasteland Vanjik nodded, his expression grim. We need to move quickly. I've already detected shadow anomalies in this area. They're spreading fast. The Faerun Vanjik closed his eyes briefly, sensing the magical disturbances in the timeline. The fabric of this reality is weakening. If we don't act soon, it will tear beyond repair. I drew my .44 Magnum, the weight of the weapon a reassuring presence in my hand. Let's find the source and put a stop to this before it's too late. Together, we moved through the deserted streets of Lancaster, our senses heightened, ready for any threat. The shadows were more than just darkness, they were tangible, malevolent forces that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. As we ventured deeper into the heart of the city, the air grew colder, and the presence of the shadows more oppressive. We reached the town square, the epicenter of the anomalies. The ground trembled, and from the depths of the shadows, figures began to emerge. They were twisted versions of the townsfolk, their forms corrupted by the very essence of the shadows. "Stand your ground," I ordered, and audio log. Audio log, timeline LC 1389. "Stand your ground," I ordered, as the twisted versions of the townsfolk advanced. The Wasteland Vanjik fired his energy rifle, cutting down the nearest shadowy figures. Faerun Vanjik summoned a barrier of light, pushing back the darkness and illuminating the square. As the corrupted figures recoiled, I spotted the source of the anomaly, a pulsating rift in the fabric of reality, hovering above the fountain in the center of the square. The air around it shimmered, and I could feel its malevolent energy. "That's it," I said, pointing towards the rift. "We need to close that." The Wasteland Vanjik nodded. "I'll cover you. Faerun, can you stabilize it?" Faerun Vanjik closed his eyes, muttering an incantation. The runes etched into his staff glowed brightly. "I'll do what I can. But you'll need to get closer." With a deep breath, I dashed towards the rift, my .44 Magnum ready. The shadows lunged at me, but the Wasteland Vanjik's precise shots and Faerun's barrier kept them at bay. As I reached the fountain, the rift's energy pulsed, sending a wave of dark force that knocked me off my feet. "Johnny!" Faerun Vanjik shouted. "Get up, we don't have much time." I struggled to my feet, feeling the oppressive weight of the rift's energy. Gritting my teeth, I raised my magnum and fired at the rift. The bullets, infused with a bit of Faerun's magic, struck the rift, causing it to waver. "It's working," Faerun Vanjik said. "Keep going." Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged from the rift. Unlike the others, this one had a form reminiscent of the imposter Vanjik. It grinned, its eyes glowing with a sinister light. "Did you really think it would be that easy?" it taunted. I aimed my magnum at the imposter. "Who are you?" The imposter laughed. "Just a harbinger of things to come. You and your multiverse meddling, it ends now." Before I could react, the imposter lunged at me. I fired, but it moved with unnatural speed, dodging the bullets. It grabbed my wrist, and a searing pain shot through my arm as its dark energy seeped into me. "You can't stop us," the imposter hissed. "The multiverse will fall." With a surge of adrenaline, I kicked the imposter away and fired again. This time, the bullet hit its mark, and the imposter staggered back, its form flickering. "Now, Faerun!" I shouted. Faerun Vanjik raised his staff, chanting louder. The light from his staff enveloped the rift, and with a final incantation, he thrust the staff forward. The rift pulsed violently before collapsing in on itself, taking the imposter with it. The square fell silent. The remaining shadows dissipated, leaving us in the eerie stillness of Lancaster. "We did it," Faerun Vanjik said, lowering his staff. "But this is just the beginning." The Wasteland Vanjik joined us, his expression grim. "If they're targeting timelines like this, we need to be prepared. There are more out there, and they'll only get stronger. I nodded. We need to gather more Vanjikis. Strength in numbers. As we stood in the quiet aftermath, I sent another call through the network. Vanjikis, this is Johnny. We've neutralized the threat in timeline LC1389, but there are more out there. We need all the help we can get. If you're out there, respond. One by one, the responses came in. From timelines near and far, versions of myself answered the call. The battle for the multiverse had only just begun, but united, we stood a chance. The next timeline awaited. As the responses poured in, I felt a renewed sense of hope. The Vanjik network was stronger than ever, and despite the looming threat, we had the means to fight back. We regrouped at the dilapidated church, our temporary headquarters in this timeline. The Wasteland Vanjik, ever vigilant, set up a perimeter while Faerun Vanjik began crafting wards to protect the building from further shadow incursions. I took a moment to review the messages from the other Vanjikis. Johnny, this is Urban Vanjik, came a voice through the network. We're seeing similar anomalies in timeline UC457. Requesting immediate assistance. Another message followed. This is Steampunk Vanjik. Timeline SP902 is stable for now, but we could use backup. The anomalies are spreading faster than we can handle alone. I relayed the information to the team. We have multiple hotspots. We need to divide and conquer. Faerun, can you stay here and stabilize this timeline further? Faerun Vanjik nodded. I'll fortify our position and keep an eye on any new disturbances. Wasteland Vanjik, you and I will head to UC457. We can't let these anomalies spread unchecked. Got it, he replied, checking his gear. Let's move. With the coordinates set, we initiated the jump. The familiar sensation of traversing the multiverse engulfed us once more. As we landed in timeline UC457, we found ourselves in the heart of a sprawling metropolis. The city buzzed with life, but there was an underlying tension in the air. Shadows flickered at the edges of my vision, a sign of the encroaching anomalies. Urban Vanjik was waiting for us, his sleek attire blending seamlessly with the urban environment. Glad you could make it, he said. The anomalies are centered around the financial district. It's getting worse by the minute. We wasted no time, heading straight for the district. As we approached, the anomalies became more apparent. Buildings warped and twisted, their structures defying logic. People moved in erratic patterns, their eyes vacant and lifeless. Stay sharp, I warned. This could be a trap. We advanced cautiously, our senses heightened. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was another imposter, but this one was different. It exuded a powerful aura, its form shifting and unstable. You think you can stop the inevitable, it sneered. This world will fall, just like the others. I raised my magnum, aiming at the imposter. Not if we have anything to say about it. The battle was intense. The imposter's attacks were relentless, its form constantly changing to avoid our strikes. But we fought back with everything we had. Urban Vanjik's agility and knowledge of the city gave us an edge, while the Wasteland Vanjik's firepower kept the imposter on the defensive. As the fight dragged on, I noticed something. The imposter's form seemed to weaken each time we landed a hit. It was drawing power from the anomalies, using the chaos to sustain itself. Focus on the anomalies, I shouted. Disrupt its power source. Urban Vanjik nodded, using his tech to target the distortions in the buildings. The Wasteland Vanjik unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, destabilizing the anomalies further. With each hit, the imposter's form flickered and waned. No. You can't do this, it screamed, its voice distorted and desperate. I took aim, channeling my resolve into a final shot. This ends now. The bullet struck true, and with a flash of light, the imposter disintegrated, the anomalies collapsing in on themselves. The city slowly returned to normal, the people regaining their senses. We did it, Urban Vanjik said, breathing a sigh of relief. But this was just one battle. There will be more. I nodded. We're making progress. But we need to stay vigilant. The imposter and its forces won't stop until they've consumed everything. We regrouped and prepared to head to the next hotspot. The fight for the multiverse was far from over, but united, we were ready to face whatever came next. As we landed in Timeline SP902, the sight that greeted us was unlike anything we'd seen before. The city was a marvel of steampunk ingenuity, with towering brass structures, steam-powered vehicles, and intricate clockwork mechanisms everywhere. But the anomalies had taken their toll here as well. Steampunk Vanjik, dressed in his distinctive gear, was waiting for us at the edge of the city. Welcome to SP902, he said with a grim smile. The anomalies are concentrated around the central power station. If we don't stabilize it soon, the entire city could collapse. We made our way through the bustling streets, the air thick with steam and the sound of clanking machinery. As we approached the power station, the anomalies became more pronounced. Gears turned in impossible directions, and steam vents spewed dark, unnatural smoke. Be ready for anything, I cautioned. These imposters are getting more aggressive. As we entered the power station, the air crackled with energy. The anomalies here were stronger, more volatile. In the center of the room stood another imposter, its form wreathed in shadow and steam. You think you can save this timeline, it mocked. You're too late. We didn't waste any time. Steampunk Vanjik and I charged forward, while the Wasteland Vanjik provided cover fire. The imposter retaliated with blasts of dark energy, but we pressed on, determined to end this threat. Steampunk Vanjik used his specialized gadgets to disrupt the anomalies, while I focused on the imposter. The Wasteland Vanjik's precision shots kept the imposter off balance, but it fought back with a ferocity we hadn't encountered before. We need to overload the core. Steampunk Vanjik shouted over the din. It's the only way to collapse the anomalies. I nodded, making my way to the central control panel. The imposter tried to block my path, but the Wasteland Vanjik intercepted it, engaging in a fierce hand-to-hand combat. Go, Johnny, he yelled. We've got this. I reached the control panel and began the overload sequence. The power station shook as the core's energy levels spiked. The imposter, realizing what we were doing, let out a roar of anger. No. You can't do this. With a final push, the overload sequence completed. The core erupted in a burst of light, and the anomalies around us began to implode. The imposter screamed as it was consumed by the collapsing distortions. When the light faded, the power station was intact, and the anomalies were gone. The city slowly returned to its steampunk glory, the mechanical marvels once again functioning as they should. Good work, Steampunk Vanjik said, clapping me on the shoulder. But this fight is far from over. I nodded, checking the network for updates. We've stabilized 3 timelines, but there are many more out there. We need to keep moving. As we prepared to jump to the next timeline, I sent out another call through the network. Vanjikis, we've neutralized the threats in LC-1389, UC-457, and SP-902. Continue to monitor your timelines and report any anomalies. Stay vigilant, and remember, united, we stand a chance. The responses came in swiftly, a testament to the strength and resilience of the Vanjik network. We were ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, determined to protect the multiverse from the impending darkness. The jump to timeline MS-517 was fraught with turbulence, a sign of the severe anomalies plaguing this world. As we landed, we found ourselves in a sprawling metropolis bathed in a perpetual sunset. The buildings were sleek and futuristic, but the air was thick with a sense of impending doom. Modern Vanjik greeted us, his expression grim. Glad you made it? The anomalies here are off the charts. We're seeing distortions in both time and space. We followed him to the heart of the city, where the anomalies were most concentrated. Skyscrapers twisted and warped, and people moved in and out of temporal loops, repeating the same actions over and over. We need to locate the source of the distortion, I said, scanning the area. It's got to be around here somewhere. Modern Vanjik nodded. We pinpointed the epicenter to the city's mainframe hub. It's heavily guarded by the imposter's forces. Then let's not waste any time, the Wasteland Vanjik said, readying his weapon. We need to shut this down. As we approached the mainframe hub, the ground shook, and a massive figure emerged from the shadows. It was another imposter, larger and more formidable than any we had faced before. Its body was covered in armor, and its eyes glowed with an eerie light. You won't get past me, it growled, its voice echoing through the streets. We spread out, preparing for battle. The imposter charged, its movements swift and deadly. Modern Vanjik used his advanced tech to create barriers and launch precision attacks, while the Wasteland Vanjik and I focused on finding weak points in the imposter's armor. The fight was brutal. The imposter's strength was overwhelming, and its attacks were relentless. But we fought back with everything we had, refusing to let it win. Keep it distracted, I shouted to the others. I'll find a way to disrupt its power source. I maneuvered around the battlefield, using the chaos to my advantage. As the imposter battled Modern and Wasteland Vanjik, I scanned for anything that could be its weak point. My eyes caught sight of a pulsating core on its back, glowing brighter with every attack it launched. There. I pointed. Aim for the core on its back. Modern Vanjik, quick to adapt, redirected his attacks, launching an EMP burst from his wrist-mounted device. The imposter staggered, its movements becoming sluggish as the core flickered. "Keep it up," I encouraged, taking aim with my Magnum. Each shot I fired was aimed directly at the core. The imposter roared, turning its fury towards me. With its attention diverted, Wasteland Vanjik seized the opportunity. He fired a concentrated energy blast, hitting the core dead center. The imposter's roar turned into a scream as the core exploded, sending it crashing to the ground. The ground trembled as the imposter's body disintegrated, leaving behind a crater where it had fallen. The city's mainframe hub was still intact, but the anomalies persisted, flickering in and out of existence. "We need to access the mainframe and shut down whatever is causing these distortions," Modern Vanjik said, already moving towards the building. We followed him inside. The mainframe was a massive, sprawling network of servers and cables, humming with energy. At its center was a control terminal, its screen displaying erratic data streams. "Let's hope this works," I said, stepping up to the terminal. With the help of Modern Vanjik, we began deciphering the code. It was complex, filled with layers of encryption designed to protect the anomalies. "We don't have much time," Wasteland Vanjik warned, keeping an eye on the surroundings. "Those imposters might send reinforcements." As we worked, the terminal screen flickered, revealing a series of commands. "There," Modern Vanjik said, pointing. "That's the source of the anomalies." I typed furiously, inputting the commands to deactivate the distortions. The mainframe groaned, its system straining under the sudden change. For a moment, everything seemed to freeze. Then, with a final keystroke, the anomalies collapsed. The air cleared, the buildings returned to their proper forms, and the temporal loops ceased. The city was stable once more. "We did it," I said, stepping back from the terminal. "For now." Modern Vanjik nodded, wiping the sweat from his brow. "We stabilized this timeline, but it feels like we're just putting out fires. We need a more permanent solution." The Wasteland Vanjik reloaded his weapon, keeping a watchful eye on our surroundings. "Agreed. But for now, let's regroup and plan our next move. We can't keep running on fumes." I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the battles we had fought. "You're right. Let's head back to base and figure out our next steps." We initiated the jump, the familiar sensation of multiversal travel washing over us. In an instant, we were back at our base in timeline LC-1389. The dilapidated church stood as our haven, its old walls now fortified with Faerun Vanjik's wards and modern tech enhancements. Faerun Vanjik greeted us at the entrance. "Welcome back. Any luck?" "We managed to stabilize MS-517, I said, my voice heavy with exhaustion. "But it's clear that these anomalies are just the beginning. The imposters are getting more aggressive." He nodded, his expression serious. "I've been monitoring the network. Other timelines are reporting similar issues. We're spread thin." We moved inside, the dimly lit interior of the church providing a brief respite from the chaos outside. The pews had been converted into makeshift workstations, each one equipped with the tools and tech we needed to monitor and combat the anomalies. I slumped into a chair, feeling the exhaustion catch up to me. We need a strategy. We can't keep reacting to these anomalies. We need to find the source and cut it off at the root. The wasteland Vanjik leaned against a table, his face etched with fatigue. Agreed. But first, we need rest. We're no good to anyone if we collapse from exhaustion. Modern Vanjik set down his gear, his cybernetic eyes flickering as he scanned the room. I'll start analyzing the data from MS-517. Maybe we can find a pattern or a weakness in the imposter's strategy. Faerun Vanjik placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder. Get some rest, Johnny. We've got this covered for now. I nodded, grateful for the support. Thanks, Faerun. Wake me if anything urgent comes up. As I made my way to one of the makeshift sleeping areas, the weight of the multiverse seemed to press down on me. The battles we had fought, the timelines we had saved, and those we had lost, they all swirled in my mind. Lying down, I closed my eyes, hoping for a few moments of peace. The sounds of my fellow Vanjikis working, the hum of the equipment, and the faint glow of the wards provided a strange sense of comfort. In the silence, my thoughts drifted to the imposter. What drove it to such lengths? What was its endgame? And how could we stop it without tearing apart the very fabric of the multiverse? Sleep came slowly, and with it, dreams of endless timelines and the faces of those I had yet to save. But in the midst of the chaos, there was a glimmer of hope, a reminder that we were not alone, that we were Vanjikis, and that we would fight for every life, every timeline, and every future. After a few hours of much-needed rest, I woke to the sound of hushed voices and the hum of activity. The base was alive with the efforts of my fellow Vanjikis, each one dedicated to the cause. I joined the others in the main hall, where modern Vanjik was projecting data onto a makeshift screen. I've been analyzing the data from MS-517 and comparing it with other timelines, he said, pointing to a series of patterns on the screen. There are some commonalities in the anomalies, similar energy signatures and distortions. Faerun Vanjik, ever the strategist, leaned in closer. Can we use this information to predict where the next anomaly will occur? Modern Vanjik nodded. It's possible. If we can identify the patterns early enough, we might be able to intervene before the anomalies become critical. The wasteland Vanjik crossed his arms, his eyes narrowing in thought. But that still doesn't get us closer to the source. These imposters are just symptoms of a larger problem. I stepped forward, my mind clearer after the rest. We need to find the imposter's base of operations. If we can take out their command center, we might be able to stop these anomalies from spreading. Faerun Vanjik nodded. Agreed. But finding it won't be easy. They could be hidden in any number of timelines, using advanced cloaking technology. We'll need more intel, modern Vanjik said, adjusting his cybernetic interface. I've sent out requests for information to other Vanjikis. With any luck, they'll have leads we can follow. I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of our mission. In the meantime, we need to fortify our position here. If the imposters decide to target this timeline, we need to be ready. The wasteland Vanjik clapped me on the back. We've got your back, Johnny. We'll hold the line. With our course of action set, We divided the tasks. Faerun Vanjik and I focused on reinforcing the wards and defenses, while Modern Vanjik continued his analysis and communication efforts. The Wasteland Vanjik kept watch, ensuring our perimeter was secure. As we worked, I couldn't help but feel a sense of camaraderie. Despite the vast differences in our timelines and experiences, we were united by a common goal. Each Vanjik brought their unique strengths to the table, creating a formidable team. Hours passed, the sun setting outside, casting long shadows through the broken stained glass windows of the church. The base was a hive of activity, each of us driven by the urgency of our mission. As the night wore on, a message came through the network. "Johnny, this is Urban Vanjik. We've got a lead on a possible imposter base. Coordinates are incoming." I shared the information with the others, our resolve strengthening. "Looks like we've got our next target. Let's get ready to move out." Before we left, I took a moment to address the team. "We've faced a lot already, and there's more to come. But remember, we're Vanjikis. We protect the multiverse, no matter the cost. Stay vigilant, stay united, and we'll get through this." The team nodded, determination in their eyes. With our gear packed and the coordinates set, we prepared to jump to the next timeline. The fight was far from over, but together, we stood a chance. End of audio log. Audio log, Timeline LC1389, Part 2. As we prepared to jump to the coordinates provided by Urban Vanjik, I felt a mix of anticipation and apprehension. The lead on the imposter base could be the breakthrough we needed, but it also meant diving headfirst into enemy territory. "Everyone ready?" I asked, glancing at the team. They all nodded, resolve clear in their eyes. We initiated the jump, the familiar rush of colors and sensations engulfing us. When we landed, we found ourselves in a stark, desolate landscape. The sky was overcast, and a chilling wind swept across the barren ground. Urban Vanjik was already there, standing next to a rusted sign that read "Welcome to Haven." He greeted us with a nod. "This way," he said, leading us toward an abandoned factory on the outskirts of what once might have been a thriving town. As we approached, the air grew colder, and the oppressive energy of the anomalies became more palpable. The factory loomed ahead, its windows shattered and walls covered in strange, pulsating symbols. "Stay sharp," Urban Vanjik warned. "The place is heavily guarded." We moved cautiously, scanning the surroundings for any signs of the imposters. The factory's entrance was blocked by a heavy metal door, but Cyber Vanjik quickly interfaced with the locking mechanism, bypassing the security protocols. The door creaked open, revealing a dark, cavernous interior. The air inside was thick with the hum of machinery and the faint glow of unstable energy sources. "Fan out," I instructed. "Look for anything that could lead us to their command center." We split into teams, each Vanjik taking a different section of the factory. The Wasteland Vanjik and I moved toward a series of control panels, their screens flickering with erratic data. Urban and Cyber Vanjik headed deeper into the facility, their steps silent and purposeful. As I scanned the control panels, I noticed a series of blueprints and schematics for devices that matched the descriptions of the anomalies we had encountered. "They've been planning this for a long time," I muttered. "Johnny," the Wasteland Vanjik called out, pointing to a section of the schematics. "Look at this. It shows a central hub, possibly their command center." I examined the blueprints closely. "If we can take out this hub, we might be able to disable their operations across multiple timelines." Before we could move, the ground trembled, and a loud alarm blared through the factory. "Intruders detected," a cold, mechanical voice echoed. "Deploying defenses." From the shadows, a horde of imposter drones emerged, their eyes glowing with malicious intent. We readied our weapons, preparing for the onslaught. "Hold the line," I shouted, firing at the advancing drones. The Wasteland Vanjik's energy blasts tore through their ranks, but more kept coming. Urban and Cyber Vanjik rejoined us, their faces set with determination. "We found a hub," Urban Vanjik said, out of breath. "It's heavily fortified, but we can take it down if we work together." "Then let's move," I said, leading the charge toward the heart of the factory. The drones swarmed around us, but we fought our way through, our combined skills and firepower making short work of the mechanical foes. As we neared the central hub, the air crackled with energy, and the oppressive weight of the anomalies grew stronger. The hub was a massive, spherical device, pulsating with dark energy and surrounded by a web of cables and machinery. "We need to overload it," Cyber Vanjik said, moving to the control panel. "But it'll take time." "Cover him," I ordered, firing at the drones that continued to pour into the room. The Wasteland Vanjik and Urban Vanjik held the line, their attacks precise and devastating. Cyber Vanjik worked quickly, his fingers flying over the controls. "Almost there," he muttered, sweat dripping down his face. The ground shook violently as the hub's energy levels spiked. The drones intensified their assault, but we held our ground, determined to see the mission through. "Now!" Cyber Vanjik shouted, hitting the final command. The hub glowed brightly, its energy destabilizing. With a deafening roar, it exploded, sending a shockwave through the factory. The drones collapsed, their power sources severed. The oppressive energy dissipated, and the factory fell silent. "We did it," I said, breathing a sigh of relief. "The hub is down." Urban Vanjik nodded. "This should disrupt their operations across several timelines. But it's not over yet. We need to keep pushing." I agreed. "Let's regroup and plan our next move. We can't let up now." With the immediate threat neutralized, we began our return to base. The journey back through the multiverse was smooth, the sense of accomplishment tempered by the knowledge that the battle was far from over. Back at the base, Faerun Vanjik greeted us with a look of concern. "I received reports of increased activity in other timelines. The imposters are retaliating." "We expected that," I said, exhaustion creeping into my voice. "But we're making progress. We took down one of their main hubs. It's a start." The team gathered around, the weight of our mission clear in everyone's eyes. "We need to stay vigilant," I said, looking at each of them. This war isn't over, but we're gaining ground. United, we can win this. With a sense of renewed determination, we settled in to rest and regroup. The fight for the multiverse was far from over, but we were ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The base was abuzz with activity as we analyzed the data from our latest mission. Despite our exhaustion, there was a palpable sense of progress. Taking down one of the imposter's main hubs had given us a much-needed boost in morale. Faerun Vanjik approached me, a look of concern on his face. "Johnny, we need to talk. I've been monitoring the network and there's something you need to see." We gathered around a large holographic display, where Faerun Vanjik pulled up the latest reports. "The anomalies are spreading faster than we anticipated. It seems the imposters are trying to overwhelm us by hitting multiple timelines at once." Urban Vanjik frowned, crossing his arms. "They're trying to wear us down. If they can't beat us in a direct fight, they'll try to outlast us. We need a new strategy," the Wasteland Vanjik said, his voice firm. "We can't keep playing defense. We need to go on the offensive and take out their leadership." I nodded in agreement. "But to do that, we need to find their primary base of operations." Cyber Vanjik, any leads on where that might be? Cyber Vanjik's eyes flickered as he processed the data. "Based on the patterns we've seen, there's a high probability that their main base is in timeline XM042. It's a heavily industrialized timeline with a history of anomalous activity." "Then that's our next target," I said, determination in my voice. "We'll gather our strength, coordinate with the other Vanjikis, and launch a coordinated strike." Faerun Vanjik placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder. "We'll need all the help we can get. I'll reach out to the Vanjikis in the neighboring timelines and have them ready to assist." The next few hours were spent planning and preparing. Each Vanjik contributed their unique skills and knowledge, creating a comprehensive strategy for the assault on timeline XM042. It was a daunting task, but we knew it was our best chance to turn the tide. As we prepared to jump, I gathered the team for a final briefing. "This mission is critical. If we can take out their primary base, we can cripple their operations and give ourselves a fighting chance. Stay sharp, watch each other's backs, and we'll get through this." With that, we initiated the jump. The multiverse shifted around us, and we landed in timeline XM042. The air was thick with smog, and the landscape was dominated by massive factories and industrial complexes. The energy here was oppressive, a clear sign of the anomalies at work. "We need to move quickly," I said, scanning the area. "Their main base should be in the central factory complex." We moved through the industrial wasteland, avoiding patrols of imposter drones. The central factory loomed ahead, a massive structure bristling with defenses. Urban Vanjik led the way, using his agility and knowledge of urban environments to navigate the maze of machinery. Cyber Vanjik hacked into the security systems, disabling alarms and creating pathways for us. As we approached the heart of the complex, the air grew colder, and the hum of machinery grew louder. The central chamber was vast, filled with towering machinery and glowing with dark energy. In the center, a massive construct pulsated with malevolent power. "This is it," Cyber Vanjik said, his voice tense. The core of their operations. The Wasteland Vanjik readied his weapon. Let's take it down. Before we could act, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was another imposter, larger and more imposing than any we had faced before. Its eyes glowed with a fierce intensity, and its voice echoed through the chamber. You think you can stop us? You are but a handful of misguided fools. We've taken down your hubs before, I retorted, aiming my magnum. We'll do it again. The battle erupted with a ferocity that took us by surprise. The imposter's attacks were relentless, its form shifting and adapting to our every move. But we fought back with everything we had, our combined skills and determination pushing us forward. Urban Vanjik darted around the imposter, striking with precision and agility. Cyber Vanjik used his tech to disrupt its defenses, while the Wasteland Vanjik's energy blasts kept it off balance. As the fight raged on, I noticed a series of conduits leading from the core to the machinery around us. We need to overload the core, I shouted over the din. Target the conduits. With coordinated precision, we focused our attacks on the conduits. One by one, they exploded, sending sparks and energy flying. The imposter roared in anger, its form flickering as the core destabilized. Keep it up, I urged, firing shot after shot at the remaining conduits. The core's energy levels spiked, and the entire chamber began to shake. Now, Cyber Vanjik shouted, hitting a final command on his interface. The core erupted in a blinding flash of light, and the imposter screamed as it was consumed by the explosion. When the light faded, the chamber was silent. The machinery was still, and the oppressive energy was gone. We had done it. We've taken out their primary base, I said, breathing heavily. But we can't let our guard down. There will be more. Urban Vanjik nodded, his expression resolute. But this is a major blow to their operations. We've given ourselves a fighting chance. As we made our way back to the base, the weight of our victory and the battles ahead weighed on my mind. The fight was far from over, but for the first time, I felt a glimmer of hope. Back at the base, we were greeted with cheers and relief. Faerun Vanjik had gathered reinforcements from neighboring timelines, and the base was bustling with activity. Welcome back, Faerun Vanjik said, a smile on his face. We've been monitoring your progress. Excellent work. I nodded, feeling the exhaustion set in. We've dealt them a major blow, but we need to stay vigilant. The imposter's forces won't give up easily. The team settled in, sharing stories of the battle and planning our next steps. The sense of camaraderie and determination was stronger than ever. As I prepared to get some much-needed rest, I couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in what we had accomplished. We were Vanjikis, protectors of the multiverse, and no matter the challenges ahead, we would face them together. The base was a hive of activity. Vanjikis from neighboring timelines coordinated and strategized, sharing intel and preparing for the battles to come. The sense of unity was palpable, and it gave me a renewed sense of hope. After a brief rest, I gathered the core team for a debrief. Urban Vanjik, Cyber Vanjik, Faerun Vanjik, and the Wasteland Vanjik joined me in the central hall, maps and data projections spread out before us. We've dealt a significant blow to the imposters' operations, I began, addressing the team. But we can't afford to be complacent. The enemy is likely to retaliate, and we need to be ready. Cyber Vanjik nodded, his cybernetic eyes flickering as he processed the latest data. I've been analyzing the feedback from our assault on Timeline XM042. The core we destroyed was a primary node, but there are secondary nodes still active in other timelines. These nodes are crucial to the imposters' network. Then we need to hit those nodes next, the Wasteland Vanjik said, his voice determined. If we can disrupt their entire network, we might be able to weaken their overall operations. Faerun Vanjik placed a hand on the map, pointing to several locations. These are the most likely sites for the secondary nodes based on the energy signatures we've detected. We'll need to coordinate strikes on multiple timelines simultaneously. Urban Vanjik leaned in, studying the map. We'll need to divide into teams and strike quickly. The element of surprise will be crucial. I agreed, formulating the plan. We'll form 3 teams. Faerun Vanjik and I will take timeline ZK233. Urban Vanjik, you and Cyber Vanjik handle timeline VR908. Wasteland Vanjik, you'll lead the third team to timeline PX774. We'll synchronize our attacks and take down these nodes simultaneously. The teams nodded, understanding the gravity of the mission. We'll need to gather our resources and coordinate with other Vanjikis in those timelines, I continued. This will be a coordinated effort. As we prepared for the simultaneous assaults, messages of support and coordination came through the network. The other Vanjikis were ready, each one dedicated to the cause. The sense of unity and purpose was stronger than ever. With the teams assembled and the plans set, we initiated the jumps. The familiar rush of colors and sensations enveloped us as we traveled to our respective timelines. Faerun Vanjik and I landed in timeline ZK233, a world shrouded in perpetual twilight. The landscape was dominated by towering trees and mist-covered valleys. The air was thick with an ethereal energy, a sign of the anomalies at work. Our target is an old temple deep within the forest, Faerun Vanjik said, his voice calm and focused. It's heavily guarded by the imposters' forces. We moved through the dense forest, our senses heightened. The trees loomed overhead, their branches intertwining to create a canopy that blocked out the sky. The mist swirled around us, making it difficult to see more than a few feet ahead. As we approached the temple, the presence of the anomalies grew stronger. Dark figures moved through the mist, their eyes glowing with a malevolent light. "Stay close," I whispered, my hand on my magnum. "We need to take them out quietly." Faerun Vanjik nodded, his staff glowing with a soft, green light. We moved silently through the mist, taking out the guards one by one. The temple loomed ahead, its ancient stone walls covered in strange runes. We slipped inside, the air thick with the hum of unstable energy. The central chamber was dominated by a massive stone altar, pulsating with dark energy. The secondary node was embedded in the altar, its cables snaking out like the roots of a tree. "We need to overload it," Faerun Vanjik said, moving to the altar. "But it'll trigger an alarm as soon as we start." "Then we need to be quick," I replied, taking position to cover him. "Do it," Faerun Vanjik began the process, his staff glowing brighter as he chanted an incantation. The air crackled with energy, and the altar began to shake. The alarm blared, and dark figures rushed into the chamber. I fired at the first wave, my shots precise and deadly. Faerun Vanjik's magic flared, creating a barrier to protect us as he worked. Almost there, he shouted over the noise. The figures kept coming, their numbers overwhelming. But we held our ground, determined to see the mission through. With a final burst of energy, the altar exploded, and the secondary node disintegrated in a flash of light. The figures dissolved, their power source severed. The air cleared, and the oppressive energy dissipated. We had done it. One node down, I said, breathing heavily. Let's check in with the others. Urban Vanjik and Cyber Vanjik landed in Timeline VR 908, a world dominated by virtual reality. The cityscape was a blend of the real and the digital, with holographic advertisements and virtual constructs blending seamlessly with the physical world. The node is located in the central data hub, Cyber Vanjik said, his voice steady. We'll need to navigate through both the physical and virtual defenses. They moved through the city, their steps silent and purposeful. The data hub was a towering structure, its exterior covered in shifting holograms. The air was filled with the hum of servers and the glow of digital displays. Urban Vanjik used his agility to bypass the physical security, while Cyber Vanjik interfaced with the digital defenses. Together, they moved swiftly through the building, avoiding detection. The central chamber of the data hub was filled with rows of servers, each one humming with energy. The secondary node was embedded in the central server stack, its presence distorting the data streams around it. We need to disrupt the data flow to overload the node, Cyber Vanjik said, moving to the terminal. But it'll trigger countermeasures. Urban Vanjik nodded, readying his gear. I'll handle the countermeasures. Do it. Cyber Vanjik began the process, his fingers flying over the terminal. The data streams flickered and shifted as he worked, destabilizing the node. The countermeasures activated, and virtual constructs materialized in the chamber. Urban Vanjik moved swiftly, his movements precise and fluid as he took down the constructs one by one. Almost there, Cyber Vanjik said, the strain evident in his voice. The constructs intensified their attacks, but Urban Vanjik held them off, his agility and speed unmatched. With a final command, Cyber Vanjik overloaded the node, causing the servers to explode in a burst of digital energy. The constructs vanished, their power source severed. The air cleared, and the oppressive energy dissipated. Node down, Urban Vanjik said, breathing heavily. Let's check in with the others. The Wasteland Vanjik and his team landed in Timeline PX-774, a barren wasteland ravaged by nuclear fallout. The landscape was a desolate expanse of ruined buildings and radioactive craters. The node is located in an old military bunker, the Wasteland Vanjik said, his voice steady. It's heavily fortified, and the radiation levels are high. They moved through the wasteland, their steps careful and deliberate. The air was thick with radiation, and the ground was littered with debris. As they approached the bunker, the presence of the anomalies grew stronger. The bunker was surrounded by imposter drones, their eyes glowing with a sinister light. "We need to take them out quietly," the Wasteland Vanjik said, his hand on his weapon. "Follow my lead." They moved silently through the debris, taking out the drones one by one. The bunker loomed ahead, its entrance blocked by a heavy metal door. The Wasteland Vanjik interfaced with the locking mechanism, bypassing the security protocols. The door creaked open, revealing a dark, cavernous interior. The central chamber of the bunker was filled with rows of old military equipment, covered in dust and grime. The secondary node was embedded in the central command console, its cables snaking out like the roots of a tree. "We need to overload it," the Wasteland Vanjik said, moving to the console. "But it'll trigger an alarm as soon as we start." "Then we need to be quick," one of his team members replied, taking position to cover him. "Do it." The Wasteland Vanjik began the process, his hands moving swiftly over the console. The air crackled with energy, and the console began to shake. The alarm blared, and drones rushed into the chamber. The team fired at the first wave, their shots precise and deadly. The Wasteland Vanjik's focus never wavered as he worked. "Almost there," he shouted over the noise. The drones kept coming, their numbers overwhelming. But the team held their ground, determined to see the mission through. With a final burst of energy, the console exploded, and the secondary node disintegrated in a flash of light. The drones collapsed, their power source severed. The air cleared, and the oppressive energy dissipated. "Node down," the Wasteland Vanjik said, breathing heavily. "Let's check in with the others." Back at the base, we regrouped, sharing stories of the successful missions. The sense of accomplishment was tempered by the knowledge that the fight was far from over. Addressing the gathered Vanjikis. "But we can't let our guard down. The imposter will respond, and we need to be ready." Faerun Vanjik nodded, his face serious. "We disrupted their operations significantly, but there are still nodes out there. We need to continue our efforts to weaken their network." Urban Vanjik spoke up, his voice resolute. "We need to keep hitting them where it hurts. We have momentum on our side, and we need to capitalize on it." The Wasteland Vanjik crossed his arms, his gaze steady. "Agreed. But we also need to gather more intel. The more we know about their operations, the better we can plan our next moves." Cyber Vanjik nodded, his eyes flickering as he processed the latest data. "I've been working on decrypting some of the data we recovered from the nodes. It's encrypted, but I'm making progress. It might give us a lead on their main base." I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of our mission. "Then let's get to work. We need to be ready for anything." Over the next few days, the base was a flurry of activity. Vanjikis from different timelines coordinated their efforts, sharing information and planning the next steps. The sense of unity and purpose was stronger than ever. Faerun Vanjik continued to reinforce the wards and defenses around the base, ensuring we were prepared for any retaliation. Urban Vanjik and Cyber Vanjik worked tirelessly to decrypt the data and analyze the patterns of the anomalies. The Wasteland Vanjik kept a vigilant watch, his keen eyes scanning the horizon for any signs of danger. I moved between the teams, offering support and guidance where needed. As the days passed, we began to piece together more of the imposter's operations. The decrypted data revealed a series of coordinates, each one pointing to a potential location of another node or base. These coordinates could be the key to finding their main base, CyberVanjik said, showing us the data. But we'll need to verify each one. I nodded, formulating a plan. We'll split into teams again. Each team will investigate a set of coordinates. We need to be thorough and quick. The teams were formed, and we prepared for the next round of jumps. The sense of anticipation and determination was palpable. We knew the stakes were high, but we were ready. My team and I landed in timeline LC-098, a world where nature had reclaimed the ruins of an ancient civilization. The air was thick with the scent of foliage, and the sounds of wildlife filled the air. The coordinates lead to a temple deep in the jungle, I said, checking the map. Let's move. We made our way through the dense jungle, our steps careful and deliberate. The vegetation was thick, and the ground was uneven, but we pressed on. As we approached the temple, the presence of the anomalies became more apparent. The air grew colder, and the foliage seemed to twist and writhe with an unnatural energy. We're close, I whispered, my hand on my magnum. Stay alert. The temple loomed ahead, its ancient stone walls covered in strange runes. We slipped inside, the air thick with the hum of unstable energy. The central chamber was dominated by a massive stone altar, pulsating with dark energy. The secondary node was embedded in the altar, its cables snaking out like the roots of a tree. We need to overload it, I said, moving to the altar. But it'll trigger an alarm as soon as we start. Then we need to be quick, one of my team members replied, taking position to cover me. Do it? I began the process, my hands moving swiftly over the altar. The air crackled with energy, and the altar began to shake. The alarm blared, and dark figures rushed into the chamber. We fired at the first wave, our shots precise and deadly. The figures kept coming, their numbers overwhelming. Almost there, I shouted over the noise. With a final burst of energy, the altar exploded, and the secondary node disintegrated in a flash of light. The figures dissolved, their power source severed. The air cleared, and the oppressive energy dissipated. Node down, I said, breathing heavily. Let's check in with the others. CyberVanjik and his team landed in timeline JX457, a world of perpetual twilight and towering crystalline structures. The air was thick with an ethereal energy, and the ground shimmered with a faint glow. The coordinates lead to a crystal cavern deep underground, CyberVanjik said, his voice calm and focused. Let's move. They made their way through the towering crystals, their steps careful and deliberate. The air was filled with the hum of energy, and the crystals seemed to pulse with an inner light. As they approached the cavern, the presence of the anomalies grew stronger. The air grew colder, and the crystals seemed to vibrate with an unstable energy. We're close, CyberVanjik whispered, his staff glowing with a soft, green light. Stay alert. The cavern loomed ahead, its walls covered in glowing crystals. They slipped inside, the air thick with the hum of unstable energy. The central chamber was dominated by a massive crystal formation, pulsating with dark energy. The secondary node was embedded in the crystal, its cables snaking out like the roots of a tree. "We need to overload it," Faerun Vanjik said, moving to the crystal. "But it'll trigger an alarm as soon as we start." "Then we need to be quick," one of his team members replied, taking position to cover him. "Do it." Faerun Vanjik began the process, his staff glowing brighter as he chanted an incantation. The air crackled with energy, and the crystal began to shake. The alarm blared, and dark figures rushed into the chamber. They fired at the first wave, their shots precise and deadly. The figures kept coming, their numbers overwhelming. "Almost there," Faerun Vanjik shouted over the noise. With a final burst of energy, the crystal exploded, and the secondary node disintegrated in a flash of light. The figures dissolved, their power source severed. The air cleared, and the oppressive energy dissipated. "Node down," Faerun Vanjik said, breathing heavily. "Let's check in with the others." Urban Vanjik and Cyber Vanjik landed in timeline RM811, a world of towering skyscrapers and advanced technology. The air was thick with the hum of machinery, and the skyline was dominated by neon lights. "The coordinates lead to a high-tech lab in the city center," Urban Vanjik said, his voice steady. "Let's move." They made their way through the bustling city, their steps silent and purposeful. The air was filled with the hum of machinery, and the streets were crowded with people. As they approached the lab, the presence of the anomalies became more apparent. The air grew colder, and the buildings seemed to twist and writhe with an unnatural energy. "We're close," Urban Vanjik whispered, his hand on his weapon. "Stay alert." The lab loomed ahead, its exterior covered in shifting holograms. They slipped inside, the air thick with the hum of unstable energy. The central chamber was filled with rows of servers, each one humming with energy. The secondary node was embedded in the central server stack, its cables snaking out like the roots of a tree. "We need to disrupt the data flow to overload the node," Cyber Vanjik said, moving to the terminal. "But it'll trigger countermeasures." "Then we need to be quick," Urban Vanjik replied, taking position to cover him. "Do it." Cyber Vanjik began the process, his fingers flying over the terminal. The data streams flickered and shifted as he worked, destabilizing the node. The countermeasures activated, and virtual constructs materialized in the chamber. Urban Vanjik moved swiftly, his movements precise and fluid as he took down the constructs one by one. "Almost there," Cyber Vanjik said, the strain evident in his voice. With a final command, Cyber Vanjik overloaded the node, causing the servers to explode in a burst of digital energy. The constructs vanished, their power source severed. The air cleared, and the oppressive energy dissipated. "Node down," Urban Vanjik said, breathing heavily. "Let's check in with the others." Audio log, timeline LC1389, Part 6. Back at the base, we regrouped, sharing stories of the successful missions. The sense of accomplishment was tempered by the knowledge that the fight was far from over. "We've taken down multiple secondary nodes," I said, addressing the gathered Vanjikis. "But we can't let our guard down. The imposter will respond, and we need to be ready." Cyber Vanjik nodded, his eyes flickering as he processed the latest data. I've decrypted more of the data. It points to a central command base in timeline AX001. This could be their main base of operations. Then that's our next target, Faerun Vanjik said, his voice firm. We need to gather all our strength for this assault. The Wasteland Vanjik crossed his arms, his gaze steady. This is it. The final push. We take out their main base, and we cut off the head of the snake. Urban Vanjik nodded, his expression resolute. We need to coordinate with every Vanjik available. This will be the biggest battle yet. I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of our mission. Let's get to work. The fate of the multiverse depends on it. The base was a hive of activity as we prepared for the assault on timeline AX001. Every available Vanjik coordinated their efforts, sharing intel and readying their gear. This mission would be the culmination of our fight against the imposter forces, and we needed to be ready for anything. Cyber Vanjik had decrypted enough data to give us a clear picture of the enemy's main base. The central command is located in a heavily fortified structure deep within AX001, he explained. It's surrounded by layers of defenses and anomaly nodes. We'll need to breach these defenses and take out the command center. Faerun Vanjik reinforced the wards around the base, ensuring our point of origin remains secure. We must be prepared for a counterattack here. The enemy won't go down without a fight. Urban Vanjik and the Wasteland Vanjik organized the teams, ensuring everyone knew their roles. We'll hit them hard and fast, Urban Vanjik said. No room for hesitation. As we prepared to initiate the jump, I addressed the gathered Vanjikis. This is it. We've fought hard to get here, and now we have a chance to end this. Remember, we fight for every timeline, for every version of ourselves and everyone we've sworn to protect. Let's bring this to an end. The room was filled with nods and determined expressions. With the coordinates set, we initiated the jump. The multiverse shifted around us, and we landed in timeline AX001. The landscape was a barren, post-apocalyptic wasteland. The sky was a dull, oppressive gray, and the air crackled with energy. In the distance, the imposter's command center loomed, a dark, monolithic structure surrounded by layers of defenses. We moved quickly, splitting into teams to handle the outer defenses. Drones and automated turrets activated, but we were ready. Urban Vanjik led the charge, using his agility to bypass the defenses while Cyber Vanjik hacked into their systems to disable them. As we breached the outer defenses, the ground shook, and dark figures emerged from the shadows. These imposters were more powerful than any we had faced before, their forms shifting and flickering with dark energy. Hold the line, I shouted, firing at the nearest imposter. The Wasteland Vanjik's energy blasts tore through the ranks, while Faerun Vanjik's magic created barriers and launched powerful attacks. The battle was fierce. The imposters fought with a ferocity born of desperation, but we held our ground, pushing forward with relentless determination. The defenses fell one by one, and we advanced towards the command center. As we reached the entrance, a massive figure emerged from the shadows. It was the leader of the imposters, a towering entity wreathed in dark energy. Its eyes glowed with a sinister light, and its voice echoed through the air. "You think you can stop us?" it taunted. "The multiverse will fall, and you will be powerless to stop it. We've taken down your nodes, and we'll take you down too," I retorted, aiming my magnum. "This ends now." The final battle erupted with a ferocity that took us by surprise. The imposter leader's attacks were relentless, its form shifting and adapting to our every move. But we fought back with everything we had, our combined skills and determination pushing us forward. Urban Vanjik darted around the leader, striking with precision and agility. Cyber Vanjik used his tech to disrupt its defenses, while the Wasteland Vanjik's energy blasts kept it off balance. Faerun Vanjik's magic flared brightly, creating powerful barriers and launching devastating attacks. As the battle raged on, I noticed a series of conduits leading from the leader to the command center. "We need to sever those conduits," I shouted. "It's drawing power from the command center." With coordinated precision, we focused our attacks on the conduits. One by one, they exploded, sending sparks and energy flying. The imposter leader roared in anger, its form flickering as its power waned. "Now, hit it with everything we've got," I urged. The combined assault of the Vanjikis was overwhelming. Energy blasts, magical attacks, and precise strikes pummeled the imposter leader. With a final, deafening roar, it disintegrated, its form collapsing into nothingness. The ground shook violently as the command center began to destabilize. "We need to get out of here," Faerun Vanjik shouted, creating a portal with his magic. We rushed through the portal, landing back in timeline LC-1389 just as the command center exploded in a blinding flash of light. The ground trembled, and a shockwave rippled through the multiverse. As the dust settled, we regrouped at the base. The sense of relief and accomplishment was palpable. We had done it. We had taken down the imposters' main base and crippled their operations. Faerun Vanjik smiled, his eyes reflecting the collective relief of the team. "It's over. The multiverse is safe." Urban Vanjik nodded, a rare smile crossing his face. "We did it together. Every Vanjik, every timeline. We stood united and we won." Cyber Vanjik processed the data, confirming the collapse of the imposter network. "The anomalies are stabilizing. The timelines are returning to normal." The Wasteland Vanjik clapped me on the back. "We couldn't have done it without your leadership, Johnny." I shook my head, feeling a mix of pride and humility. We did it together. Every single one of us. The multiverse is safe because we fought for it. As we celebrated our victory, I couldn't help but think about the journey we had taken. The battles we had fought, the timelines we had saved, and the bonds we had forged. We were Vanjikis, protectors of the multiverse, and together, we had faced the darkness and emerged victorious. Audio log end. Epilogue. The base in timeline LC-1389 became a symbol of our victory and unity. Vanjikis from across the multiverse gathered to share their experiences and prepare for any future threats. The sense of camaraderie and purpose was stronger than ever. As the days passed, we continued to monitor the timelines, ensuring the anomalies remained stable and the multiverse remained safe. The imposter threat had been neutralized, but we remained vigilant, ready to defend the multiverse against any future dangers. One evening, as I stood on the balcony of the base, looking out over the landscape, Faerun Vanjik joined me. "It's a beautiful sight, isn't it?" he said, his voice thoughtful. I nodded, feeling a deep sense of peace. "It is. We fought hard for this." He smiled, his eyes reflecting the shared memories of our battles. "And we'll continue to fight, for every timeline, and for every version of ourselves." I smiled back, feeling the weight of our mission balanced by the strength of our unity. Together. As the sun set, casting a warm glow over the base, I felt a renewed sense of hope. The multiverse was safe, and as long as we stood united, it always would be. Audio log, timeline LC 1389, epilogue continued. As the days turned into weeks, the Vanjikis continued their efforts to stabilize the multiverse. Our victory over the imposters had brought us closer together, but there were still remnants of their influence scattered across various timelines. We couldn't afford to be complacent. One afternoon, as I was reviewing reports from different timelines, a familiar voice crackled through the network. "Johnny, this is Steampunk Vanjik. We've detected a residual energy signature in timeline SP904. It's faint, but it's there." I responded quickly. "Good work, Steampunk. Gather your team and investigate. We'll be on standby if you need backup." Steampunk Vanjik acknowledged, and I relayed the information to the others. Faerun Vanjik, ever the strategist, joined me in the command center. "Residual energy could indicate a dormant node or a hidden base," he said, studying the map. "We need to be thorough in our investigation." Urban Vanjik entered, his usual calm demeanor tinged with curiosity. "I've been monitoring the network. There are similar reports from other timelines. It's possible the imposters left behind sleeper nodes to reactivate their operations. We need to address this quickly," I said, feeling the urgency of the situation. "Let's divide into teams and coordinate our efforts across these timelines." Audio log, timeline SP904. Steampunk Vanjik and his team landed in timeline SP904, a world of steam-powered machinery and Victorian aesthetics. The air was thick with the scent of coal and oil, and the cityscape was dominated by towering iron structures and billowing smokestacks. "The energy signature is coming from the old clock tower," Steampunk Vanjik said, adjusting his goggles. "Let's move." They navigated the bustling streets, blending in with the city's residents. As they approached the clock tower, the presence of the residual energy grew stronger. The air around the tower crackled with a faint, eerie hum. Steampunk Vanjik led the way inside, the interior of the tower filled with intricate gears and mechanisms. The energy signature was stronger here, pulsating from a hidden chamber beneath the clock's machinery. "We need to access the chamber," Steampunk Vanjik said, examining the gears. "But it'll be tricky. The mechanisms are delicate." Using his expertise, he carefully maneuvered through the gears, deactivating traps and bypassing security measures. The hidden chamber was revealed, and inside, a dormant node lay dormant, its cables entwined with the tower's mechanisms. "We need to neutralize it," Steampunk Vanjik said, his voice steady. "But we have to be careful not to trigger an explosion." With precision and caution, they began the process of deactivating the node. The air grew tense, but Steampunk Vanjik's steady hands and keen mind ensured success. The node was safely dismantled, and the residual energy dissipated. Node deactivated, Steampunk Vanjik reported. Let's check in with the others. Audio log, timeline LC-1389, Command Center. Back at the base, we received reports from the other teams. Each Vanjik had successfully neutralized the residual nodes in their assigned timelines. The network was abuzz with activity, the sense of accomplishment mingled with the knowledge that we had to remain vigilant. Good work, everyone, I said, addressing the network. We've neutralized the immediate threats, but we need to stay alert for any future anomalies. Keep monitoring your timelines and report any unusual activity. Faerun Vanjik nodded in agreement. We've made significant progress, but the multiverse is vast. There will always be new challenges. We must be prepared. Urban Vanjik added, our unity is our strength. As long as we stand together, we can face whatever comes our way. The sense of camaraderie and determination was stronger than ever. Each Vanjik knew the importance of their role, and together, we were a formidable force. Audio log, timeline LC-1389, personal log. As the days continued, I took a moment to reflect on our journey. The battles we had fought, the timelines we had saved, and the bonds we had forged were all part of a greater purpose. The multiverse was vast and unpredictable, but we had proven that unity and determination could overcome even the greatest of threats. One evening, as I stood on the balcony of the base, Faerun Vanjik joined me once again. You've done well, Orphan, he said, his voice filled with pride. The multiverse is safer because of our efforts. I nodded, feeling a deep sense of fulfillment. We've all played our part. Every Vanjik, every timeline. We've shown that we can protect the multiverse, no matter the cost. He smiled, his eyes reflecting the shared memories of our battles. And we will continue to do so. Together. As the sun set, casting a warm glow over the base, I felt a renewed sense of hope. The multiverse was a complex and ever-changing place, but as long as we stood united, we would face whatever challenges lay ahead. End of log. Final thoughts. The journey of the Vanjikis had been one of struggle, triumph, and unity. We had faced darkness and emerged victorious, not as individuals, but as a collective force dedicated to the protection of the multiverse. The battles we had fought were a testament to our resilience and determination, and they had forged bonds that transcended timelines. As we looked to the future, we knew that there would always be new threats and challenges. But we also knew that we were ready to face them, together. The multiverse was vast and unpredictable, but it was also a place of endless possibilities and hope. And as long as there were Vanjikis to protect it, the multiverse would always have its guardians. End of series. Special thank you message to our dedicated viewers and fellow guardians of the multiverse. From the very beginning of our journey through the countless timelines, your unwavering support and encouragement have been our guiding stars. Each twist and turn, each battle fought and won, has been made possible by your belief in the mission of the Vanjikis. Your presence has inspired us to face the darkness with courage, to find hope in the most dire of circumstances, and to unite as one powerful force against the threats that loom over the multiverse. Every comment, every cheer, every word of encouragement has fueled our resolve and strengthened our determination. We embarked on this journey to protect the multiverse, but it has been your faith and support that have truly made this mission extraordinary. Together, we have created a community that transcends timelines, one that stands as a beacon of hope, resilience, and unity. As we continue to watch over the multiverse, know that you are an integral part of this epic tale. Your support has been the foundation of our strength, and for that, we are eternally grateful. From all of us in the Vanjik Network, thank you for being the true heroes of this story. The multiverse is a safer place because of you. With deepest gratitude, Johnny Vanjik and the entire Vanjik Call Sign Network. Thank you for being with us every step of the way. Together, we will continue to protect and cherish the infinite wonders of the multiverse. End audio log.